Okay, we should be live. And the thing that we're going to focus on today is learning about the motion matching. So there's an old way of doing things, which is the way they've always done it before AI tools were around. And that is, let's explain it here. Okay, I'm learning Unreal Engine 5. I just learned about motion matching. It makes a lot of sense to build my game using motion matching because I am told that that machine states for movement do not scale well with more complex movement. Briefly explain to me the original way of doing things with a machine state. Explain why they don't scale for complex movement, and explain why I should embrace motion matching to help save resources because I'm a single developer. Okay, state machines. State machines are a traditional way to manage character animation. You define a set of animation states, idle, run, walk, and then you build rules for how to transition between them. Player presses forward, transition from idle to walk. Speed increases, transition from walk to run. That makes sense. Why this doesn't scale. As you add more complex movements, like 8-way directional blending, leaning while turning, or transitioning from a roll into a sprint, the number of states and transitions explode. Managing all these transitions becomes a spaghetti mess, time-consuming, error-prone, and hard to tweak. The animations can feel robotic or snappy because transitions are rigidly defined. The new way, motion matching. Motion matching uses a data-driven approach. Instead of manually defining states and transitions, you feed the system a big pool of motion cap animation clips. The system dynamically selects the best frame based on desired movement. Why this is better for you. No more bloated state machines. It intelligently blends animations in real time, making it easier to create fluid, lifelike movement, so that's good. Less manual work, that's even better. You don't have to build out complex transition rules. Perfect. Resource efficient for a solo dev. You focus on feeding it good animation data and tweaking logic, not writing up endless blueprints. Okay, so we're on the right track. That's good. Smarter feel. Characters move more naturally, adapting to player input on the fly. Why you should embrace as a solo dev. Scales effortlessly. Whether your player can walk, sprint, vault, slide, you need to provide motion examples, not redesign a whole new set of animations. Okay, saves time, spending more time building the game. Future-proof. It's the direction AAA studios are moving, and Unreal Engine 5 supports it through features like motion matching. Okay. So let's watch this tech demo, because I'm still trying to wrap my head around this technology. And we've got our movement project, so like we've got this whole big game, but the first thing we need to do is be able to move around in it. So the first mini project is making the character movement, and it's going to be more than just WADs and shift and stuff. We want to give a lot of options to the character. Sidestep, sidestep, side leap, different dodge rules, stuff like that. So let's learn some more about these machine states, and then we'll work on building out this stuff in our game.
It's a living and breathing sample. What this means is that on every major engine release, we're gonna give you an update of stuff that is worthwhile to look at. Also, this particular release we didn't align. We released like a few months after, so sorry about that. The next one we will release in time. Then
oh, hey Raz, I'm sorry, I had the wrong window up. Sorry that you got a migraine. Those are rough. I get those. I get those sometimes too. Yeah, I think I've already brought everybody up to speed. We're learning about the new way to animate things, and learning to animate things this way is going to be a huge time saver. So by doing the animation in my game this way, we're saving a huge amount of time and frustration. The thing is, it's just like a newer tech, so there's not like a ton of good tutorials out there. So we're figuring it out though.
The next up is our focus on quality. There's a lot of documentation and tutorials out there. A lot of them are community-driven, excellent tutorials, but those will only get you 70% of the way there. This presentation and the game animation sample is about that final 30%, which is really hard. And also, the sample is not a full game. What that means is that we're not implementing like UI systems. There's no inventory. This is all about animation selection, how gameplay feeds data to your animation.
And we have downloaded this, so we will be using the animations available in here.
Context. And finally, we want this sample to be flexible and self-contained. And this is a promise. What I mean with this is that you can grab individual pieces of the game animation sample, put them in your project. We've seen a lot of people from the community do that in their own projects to great success. And most importantly, so that you believe me, we do that ourselves. A lot of our internal projects, they start on the R&D phase by grabbing the game animation sample, dropping it in, and starting from there. And the process is not perfect right now, but we're going to improve it with upcoming releases. So this is what I'm going to be talking about. And for the rest of the presentation, except at the end, it's going to be a live demo. So if I get crashes, I'm sorry, live demos. Here we go. So let's start with that 70% that I talked about before. We're going to make a motion matching setup from scratch, live right here. The first step is you need your animation blueprint. You dropped a motion matching node.
Okay, that makes sense.
Pose history. You plug it in. I'm going to tell my pose history to auto-generate our trajectory, so I don't have to do anything else. And there you go. That's my graph setup, nothing else.
Okay.
Now, I'm going to make a pose search schema. So when I was talking before about
search schema,
about what you care about in your pose or what the game is doing, that's what the pose search schema is about. You are defining everything that you care about in your animation for selection. In this case, we auto-generate one for you that's pretty solid. It's basic, but it works. And what you care about here is really channels. First is the trajectory channel that represents how much you care about your selection matching the game's desired trajectory. And second is your pose channel. Pose channel represents how much you care about the new animation matching the previously selected animation. In this case specifically, we care about the left and right foot, specifically positions and velocities. So that's it. That's our schema. Next up, I will create our pose search database using this new schema. And let's just drop some animations in. I'm just going to drop all of our crouch animations and a crouch idle. Let's pick this one. And one more thing I'm missing here is I haven't assigned the animation blueprint. So let me swap that out quickly. Excellent animation, right? So what am I missing here? Clearly, I did not assign my post search database. So let's get that on.
He's so
There you go.
fast. Okay.
And just like that, we have our character running around and using this, you can see bugs, that's the 30% that I was talking about. And right here, I'm gonna draw our motion matching query, and you can see when I'm moving around, this is what the game wants to do. So we're picking animations that match the feet and that match our game's trajectory. So with that out of the way, let's dive into the game animation sample and its setup. So in the game animation sample, we have a character that can run around and can strafe. Strafe is usually what you see in a game like Fortnite, shooter games in general. I have all of my nice transition, boxes, starts, stops, pivots. I can also change my character to be forward-facing. This is closer to what you'd see in an action-adventure game. We also have seamless transitions between the two. And our character.
I mean, that looks really good. That animation's just amazing. It's crazy to me that I can just get all this stuff for free and throw it in my game.
Can also jump. And we can do traversal, but I'll get to that later. So what I want to show you here, since it's not a...
This is like... Where's the library? Right here. This one. Here, we can load this up real quick. Because they've got a sample project that you can use. And this stuff, like, I can already put all this stuff in my game. Like, I can just copy and paste it, put it in my game. So it makes sense to me. It's all about good movement. Okay, so here we go. So I should just be able to hit play. Okay, look. Stops. Look at that. Okay, and then there's traversal too. So you can even do this. Look at that. And then jump up. Look at that. Isn't that crazy? Okay, like I'm super impressed. Like, we want to get my character, like everything that this guy does right now, that's going in the game. And then we also need dodge and crouch and sidestep and side leap. And then when we get really good, we add the magic transport stuff like blink and shadow step and fade and all this kind of crap. So this is inspiring, knowing that we're going to have this kind of stuff in the game. I just need to learn how to get it in there and add more to it. So we're learning.
A very long talk. There's a live stream that we did that was 3 hours long. We go a lot more into detail over how you debug individual things. I just want to show you how we tend to like working with our animation systems and how we make sense of it, debug it, and whatnot. So your best friend is the rewind debugger. When you launch that rewind debugger, do yourself a favor, enable these two. This will make it auto-record every time you press play and also auto-eject, which is something that you want to do all of the time when you're debugging. Let's just select our character, hit record, and time to walk around.
Okay, is this a way to like edit stuff?
With rewind debugger, now I can just scroll through and see exactly what my character was doing and why. Right here, you can see all of the animations that we were selecting, and you can see it's multiple animations that are
Oh,
blending
see,
together.
that's where it blended all the animations together based off of the movement.
And I'll show you, like I rarely use Content Browser these days for debugging, and that's because I can just go in here, double click my asset, and there you go, this is my graph. What's interesting about it is that I can also use Rewind Debugger to see the current state of my graph at that point. But I'll get more onto that later. Let's talk about the difference between the minimal setup and the 100% setup. This is the post history node. And we've also specified which bones we care about to collect our post from at this point in the graph. We're sort of like taking a snapshot. Different from the base setup, we also care about the position of the thigh, the spine, the pelvis, and we use that to do the nice transitions and turns. You'll also see that we're no longer using the automatic trajectory generation, and that's because what that last 30% about is sort of getting away of the black box nature of motion matching and give control to your artists or designers to do whatever they want to do with it. Motion matching is just a tool. Over here, we generate a trajectory, and our trajectory generation has a lot of values that we can use to control how our trajectory blends towards the desired input. This is all capsule driven. It's using default character movement components, so sometimes your data is not perfect. Motion matching, if you have all of the animations in the world, motion matching is perfect, but if it's not, or if you have multiple animations that do the same thing, then you end up selecting the wrong thing. So we kind of want to trick trajectory a little bit. So what we realized here for idle, that means for our turn-in place animations, we wanted it to be differently than when we're moving around. So we just use gameplay blueprint-driven logic to generate our trajectory differently. Then we can do a post-process step on our trajectory to use collision information, and that gets us our...
It's amazing how much time is being saved that will be saved using this, but at the same time, there's still a mountain of work that needs to be done just to...
really nice arcs.
Oh well, I knew this was going to be a lot of work when I started it. We're going to keep working on it.
For jump matching and also for falling off a platform. And this is the part I wanted to focus on specifically. By exposing post history to the rest of your animation systems and even your game, well, then you can query your trajectory for different purposes that are outside of motion matching. In this case specifically, we grab 2 future points in the trajectory in time, we find the difference, and with that, we can detect the velocity at a future point. And you can see how that can be useful to know, am I going to be moving in the future? Am I coming to a stop? We just use it in different places. Let's go back to the graph and ignore all of these layers of complexity and go straight into the motion matching node. Like I was talking about before, controlling motion matching is about having configurable values that can adapt based on what your game wants to do. In this case, an example of that is our motion matching blend time. Let me open that up right here. Right here, you can see that based on what our movement mode is, we might want to blend differently. We might want to make our transitions snappier. We might want our blends to be smoother for that specific context. For now, we're doing it like this, but in the future, we want to add new features so that you can, pretty much like a state machine would do, if you're going from a specific animation to another specific animation, you can have specific blend times, or maybe we can transition from one specific database to another. Next up is about how motion matching communicates with the rest of your system. We have this new anim node function in 5.4 that's called motion matching state updated. It runs after motion matching grabs its selection. So you can grab the motion matching state and use it for various gameplay logic. For example, if you have a play rate and you want another animation to play at the same play rate or start at the same time, you can do that. In this case, we grab the database, and the database tells us whether we're in a state or not where we want to do some other specific graph logic. An example for this might be that maybe you don't want to do orientation warping for this particular database. You can use this to run that logic. Now, let's look at which database we're using. And if you've looked at the sample, you'll see that we don't have a database selected here. And that's because we're not assigning it statically, we're assigning it dynamically. we're using one of my favorite features. It's not new. It's in beta in 5.4, which is called choosers. Choosers are basically a general purpose data table where you have a selection, a result on the left, and criteria on whether or not you want to select that. Choosers have different ways of outputting an option. You can say, give me the first one that matches this, or you can tell it, give me all of the results that match this criteria.
Okay, so this is like a way to fine-tune things if you got a lot of different animations, because it works off of association. So if there's two different animations that are kind of end up in the same pose, you don't want it choosing the wrong one. And this is basically showing us how to add weight or guide it to select the correct one. That's about all I understand.
Yeah. This is very useful for selecting motion.
I'm sure I'll learn as things go along. We'll learn more. It's very, very daunting. There's so many things, and it's like there's so much power behind the Unreal Engine. It's like I gotta
motion matching databases. Let's go back to Rewind Debugger now. And let me find my chooser right here.
I prefer working on this though, because I know if I just play a game, I'm just gonna think of, oh man, wouldn't it be great if there's a game that. So it's just I just feel more rewarded trying to figure this out.
This is the one I want. Choosers are fully integrated with Rewind Debugger. What that means is you can see it on my recording. It can tell me what it selected at that point in time live. So let's look at our runs. You can see here that we have multiple motion matching databases. And I'll explain why this is very important for that 30%. Motion matching does its best estimate on what animation it should select. But sometimes gameplay has to be very snappy. In Fortnite, we really cared about responsiveness of the character, so we separated our motion matching databases into multiple ones. It wouldn't matter if motion matching decided, no, I don't want to play a start animation. If my chooser said, I want to search the start database, then go ahead. And that made sure that the very frame that you pressed move, then your animation would pick, motion matching would select an animation that moved. This was the same case for pivot, starts, and everything else that you see here. I encourage you to dive into this yourself and look at all of these different databases. Now, another thing that was a powerful result of separating our databases into multiple ones was that we could have multiple schemas. Just logically speaking, you may care more about the position of the feet when you're running, but you may care about it less.
Let me see if I can find that. Content characters, mannequin. Yeah. And then animations, motion matching data schemes. Matching data schemes. Okay, that's nothing. Oh, I thought this was going to be something else. Oh, well. Animations. Idle. Here's all the idle stuff. There's crouch idle too. Okay. All right, let's I feel like, yeah, I definitely feel like the expression sipping from a fire hose. And I'll go ahead and finish this because it'll be good to understand all the different capabilities. But next thing we'll look for is a more of a practical step-by-step guide to follow to start actually importing some animations.
When you're jumping or when you're doing something else. In this project, like tuning a schema is a very artistic process in the sense that it's a skill that you learn. There's no mathematical perfect way of picking up your perfect schema. The best way to learn is through experimentation. So I encourage you to try your own values and see what works best in your gameplay context, and to look at our schemas to see how they're different from each other. Next up, I want to talk about...
Is it animations? Oh well.
The Post Search Debugger. The Post Search Debugger really is a tool to make sense out of why you're selecting something. You can see this will update as I move to different points in my animation selection. I can see different scores. Usually, you want to find the exact place where you transitioned from one animation to another. So right here, let's go. The frame you want to identify is when you see your start or your idle go to something else. So right here, I'm on a stop, and I went to a start. And let's figure out why. Well, really, the main thing that you care about is this exactly right here, the cost. And I actually think I picked the wrong animation, so apologies for that. I'll find a different spot. Yeah, this makes more sense to me. So let's talk about the continuing post. The continuing post is one of the most important things to understand how to debug motion matching. Continuing post is what would have motion matching selected if I did not change animations from my previous selection. The continuing post is right here, and you can see this is its score. And then right here, you can see the active post, which...
Hey, Deathforge. Yeah, we're trying to make some progress. It's clear that the motion matching is the way to go, because the old way of animating things doesn't scale well, especially with complex movement systems, and I want a complex movement system. So I'm a little overwhelmed here, but there's this new technology called motion matching, and by learning the motion matching, it will save like 70 to 80% of the type of work that actually needed to be done the old way. So this is using like the AI tools. So I'm basically going through this guy's tech demo, and it's like they just released it. I think I'm getting some stuff out of this. I'm at least learning what all that is possible, and knowing things that I will need to look at and worry about later. We're going to keep this going until I feel like I'm not getting anything out of it. After this, we're going to find a much more practical video that, we're just going to actually go and try to import these and understand the import process, because using this, using the motion matching thing, like you basically give it a database of all the different poses and stuff, and then you can fine tune when it accesses those. So learning this is going to allow me to do the complex motion thing that I want to have in my game. And it's just a lot. it's a little overwhelming, but I do get enjoyment from trying to figure this out. I really feel passionate about the type of gameplay. I can just imagine people going, "Oh, that's amazing!" Just looking at the movement system, just the movement system alone. Not even talking about normal combat or magic combat or range combat or any of that kind of stuff. And I want to focus on having really good, solid movement first, and this is the way to do it. So it's very intimidating right now because I'm like, how the hell am I ever going to figure this out? But we're just going to try and do a little bit each day. We're bound to make some progress over the next couple of weeks.
Which was the animation that beat the...
I'm super intimidated right now. It's because we can't even make any progress on the movement thing right now. And like, this is the movement system is one system of 53 that needs to be built. And then the other things that I'm figuring out is the blueprint fundamentals. I need to understand that better from like a programming side. And I found this guy who does a good job of explaining things the way it needs to be explained from a developer perspective of like why you build blueprints the way you do. Like, you don't want to have a blueprint that references another blueprint for certain reasons. Like you build it differently, so it like broadcasts something and somebody else can listen, and instead of tying them together in the code, there's different ways to set things up. So that's what this guy's talking about. Yeah, Dying Light was a lot of fun. The movement system and running around in that game, that was hell of a lot of fun. You're right. And the movement system is just like one thing of my giant amazing game that will take me 10 years to build. Mirror's Edge is really good too. It was one of the Mirror's Edge really blew people's socks off because it it's like, what, you mean you run around and you don't fight anybody? It really broke some ground there for being like a non-combat game. And
continuing pose in score. It's very simple. You have a cost. This one had a better cost. You pick that one. I could have picked any of these options that had a lower score than the continuing pose. In this case, I picked this one over here. And when you really want to deep dive into what specific parameter of my schema is what gave me this resulting score, you want to go to channels breakdown. And then you can see for every single channel that you have, and for
so this is where you can fine tune things. If it's not choosing the animation that you want, looks like you can add more weight to it.
For every single channel that you have, and for every option or variation that you have in there, you'll see how much cost that contributed to your current selection. But let's talk about the 30%. The 70% is about finding a schema that works out for you. And one of the problems with motion matching is that you might get really late into development and you're not getting the selection that you wanted in this specific scenario. And you're really scared of modifying one of your schema values because it's going to affect the selection of that whole database entirely in your whole game.
Right.
For that, we added a variety of anim notified tags that you can use to sort of hint post search into I prefer this animation. So I have a good example captured right here. Let me find that refacing turn that I played before. This one right here. So refacing starts, I think they're cool. And I think that when games do them right, they look really good. And if your game has them, you should show them, right? In this case, our animator realized, well, I don't really care too much if my game's trajectory doesn't match what the turn is doing. As long as it's roughly on the same area, I want to pick that animation. So all that our designer had to do was this right here. They added a tag called post search override continuing post bias that just says, prefer this animation even if it's not that good of a match. And really, this is how you fine-tune your system, and you go into different animations that you really like and that you think are really cool, and you bias selection there. Or if an animation is not picking as consistently as you want, add more tags. There's two other ones that we use here. This one is the exclude from database. That means never search this part over here. And the other one is the post-search block transition. This one means I do want to enter this part of an animation as long as I am transitioning from a part that is valid into this, but so I want to transition out of this, but I never want to transition into this. So
okay, this is fine-tuning stuff, and then this is talking about the traversal
stuff. Look at that pick for traversal. Other people in the post-search database, problem for us, which was how do we communicate to the game what this what this ledge is in a gameplay context? Well, it's very similar to trajectory, but we wanted to give something more extensible to our users. If we open the schema for traversal, we'll find a special channel, these two special channels. These are blueprint channels. We give you the ability to override the logic on any of your channels to feed your own gameplay data into your search. This is used at query time. So when you build a query, that means...
Deathforge says, I'm curious with the technology stuff like weight, would you just scale the animations place slower counter to the player's weight? Like if you are 50 pounds over, does your roll look the same? That's something that you would have to plug in. It would definitely look the same. You'd have to adjust that you'd like have to create a 50-pound heavier container thing and then program in how that's supposed to deviate from the default. So like if he rolls a lot further and he doesn't stop as quickly because he's got all that momentum. You'd have to tune all that. I don't know if there would be like a specific setting or value that you could just change, and it could do that. Like if there's a weight value that you can just add like the poundage to it, and then it automatically kind of does that. I wouldn't be surprised with how robust this tooling is, or at least if there's some sort of workaround to do that, so you don't have to go in and literally manually redo or manually change all of the different things programmatically. And that's another reason why it's important to learn this, is because it's the old way of doing it with the machine state. If you need to change something later on, it can be a huge freaking miss. This system is designed completely differently, and it doesn't have those shortcomings, because it's kind of generating stuff or pulling from the database on the fly. So at least now I know that this is the technology that I should be using, and that I can make multiple basically animation databases using this, and then assign it to my character or to enemy characters, and that there are ways to fine-tune everything. So we can keep this going just a little bit more, and then we'll find some sort of tutorial.
The current gameplay state. You can say the current gameplay state.
Because what I want to do next is kind of go through a tutorial and take notes while I'm going along, and keep everything organized. Because all of the notes that I've got here, this is all like the old way of doing stuff, and there could be a reason for needing to do it this way, or at least do a couple things this way. But for the overall movement system, we have recently discovered that there is a better underlying foundational technology, a newer one that like the AI tools, where it takes out 90% of the drudgery of the thing that you have to do. That is the motion matching technology. So we're learning it.
Is that the edge of the obstacle is right there. And let's find that feature, that channel. It's very simple. Any feature has access to our anim instance, and then we can just grab this data from our anim instance using this interface. That same way, when we do our traversal, that means when we do the traces in the world, or we detect an edge somehow, we can just say, set interaction transform on our anim instance. And that's pretty much it. That is traversal. It is regular blueprint logic.
Okay, so he's showing that you can add this traversal tag to objects, and then your character will kind of plop over it like it was programmed.
Then it selects a stop, And once it runs out
I'm
of
gonna get
graphs,
some
in the
water. I'll
blend
be right
stack,
back.
this one goes away. And it's your new graph to run. We offer the blend stack node in different ways in 5.4. You have a regular blend stack node that you can use to give any animation asset that you want, but we've also used it for something called the chooser player, which is basically a special kind of blend stack where this animation asset is the result of a chooser search that happens entirely within the node. We encourage you to try this out and use blend stack in your own kinds of nodes. Now let's look at what we do to each one of the animations that we've selected. We use the classic orientation warping. If we select a run north and we're going at 45 degrees, we want to warp our translation by 45 degrees to reach our target. Not all of our animations are okay to be warped in the same way, and certain portions of the animations, maybe corners of a pivot, we don't want that. So we added this option here, which lets us grab the current selection for this particular graph of animation sequence, and then we can grab a curve from that animation and say just disable orientation warping. There's a new experimental node in 5.4 called steering. What steering does is it works with rotation. We reorient the character to match the desired facing that that gameplay requests. Like I mentioned before, by exposing trajectory to gameplay systems and to anim blueprint in general, we can calculate our desired facing really easily. We just grab our trajectory, we look 0.5 seconds in the future, and that's it. If you want to have your blend be like more instant or longer, you can tune around values of where you're calculating your desired facing from. Steering also has internal interpolation, so you can play around with those values. We found out that we wanted our turning places to behave differently from our forward-facing animations, so we run these two over here. Like I mentioned before, you can use your currently selected database to do graph logic. In this case, databases that have the tag of turn in place, well, those ones use this steering node, and the ones that don't, they use the other one. And to show you what the turning place looks like, this is it. Now, let's talk about the fourth point of what the game animation. Wait, I forgot about the most important experimental node of why steering and orientation warping work. It is the offset root bound node. When you use orientation warping or steering, you're generating root motion tracks. If you're familiar with the old school root motion system, root motion does not flow through the graph. It runs as a step before animation, so you don't really have the opportunity to warp your animations individually. By using this root motion attribute, we can warp the root motion in each one of our individual nodes, and then consume that root motion right here with offset root bound.
Let's try to find, this is a bit too technical for me. I'm glad that we've kind of established that stuff. Now, I'm thinking about using this one because this tutorial actually has you go to a different website called Maximo, and it has you like import these and then combine them into the thing that you're supposed to use in the game. So because that import thing from the website, that appeals to me, because either I'm going to need to do my own motion capture for certain things, or we're going to find the motion capture animation from some sort of website, probably like this Maximo thing. So it's maximo.com. So let's see, does he link to it? Buy me a coffee. No. How nice would it be if every video that explained how something works was like this? Good work, man, and thanks. I subscribe to what that other dude said. The editing is very good and the information well packed. This might have easily been a boring 50-minute tutorial, but it's so much better now. Okay, so this guy's clearly getting some kudos. So that makes sense, right? We're gonna, I don't want to like waste time or anything. So I do think that learning how to do this is gonna be a big help. So let's start. God, I gotta eat and everything too. Okay. I think we're gonna start this. There's also this fundamental class that I want to check out. So let me start watching this. Well, I feel like the fundamentals. We do use blueprints in here, right? Where? So yeah. So he's using blueprints and stuff, but let's start the blueprint thing, because before I get started on the motion track and stuff, I at least want to start looking through this video, because I need to make sure I'm doing things in the right order. Maybe I need to do this first, just because.
All right, welcome to our visual scripting crash course. My name's Kevin. I am currently a tech artist at Riot Games, and I have been teaching various forms of scripting classes over the years, over like the last 20 plus years. And I realized that there is a large portion of visual scripting that for people who have never had any kind of scripting classes or a programming background are potentially foreign. The idea of for loops and nodes and execution orders and variables and all these things that honestly I think a lot of people take for granted who have these backgrounds would be potentially beneficial for anybody who is, for example, a little bit more creative. They just never had it. This is the first time using Unreal. It's the first time using a visual scripting language.
See, this guy gets it. This is, yes, exactly. I am this guy's target audience. Like, I haven't used a scripting language before. This is good. This is what I wanted to hear.
So that's what this class is about. This class is hyper focused on visual scripting, specifically in Unreal Engine, in order to teach you the foundations that perhaps you're missing as a result of not having some of those backgrounds, so that you can use that to leap off of, and you'll just be more at ease with blueprints as a result of understanding everything that you're looking at. Now it seems like, I think part of it is because it's visual scripting, it seems like it's going to be easy, or it is easy, and I think it is easier. But when I sat down to make this first class, it was daunting, trying to figure out how to even focus on the fundamentals of visual scripting with all the information that is being thrown at you in Unreal, because the program is so deep. I've spent a lot of time trying to figure it out, and I'm kind of done with it. We're just gonna roll. We're just gonna throw caution to the wind and hop in. So this class is very much a work in progress. As we proceed, don't hesitate to throw in comments. Don't hesitate to throw back ideas. If I have to go back and re-record a class, I'm happy to do that, and we can do that. With all of that context, we're going to be hopping into Unreal. We're going to be focusing on visual scripting to help break down those learning curves for you and help you level up. So let's hop in Unreal, get started, and keep in mind, work in progress. Don't hesitate to throw in the feedback. Let's go. And first thing we need is a project. Now, you could use a blank project. If you choose a blank project, I found that the blank project is not so blank. It comes with this giant world and everything with it. And so I'm actually going to choose, I've messed with this for a little bit. I've also tried the simulation blank. I'm just going to go with what I know. I'm going to choose the third person project. And I'm going to give my project name visual scripting. intro.
Okay. I guess we may as well follow along. I like what he said at the beginning. We're going through this is going to make me feel more at ease with blueprints moving forward. So this is one of those fundamental things that I don't have a coding background. So if this thing this is to kind of introduce me to those kinds of things. Let's go to library. Launch it. So we'll create a third person and we're going to call it visual scripting. Games, third person. New folder.
And we'll just create that in our normal Unreal projects folder. Now Unreal's going to go out and make this project for us. It's going to restart, and then once we get logged in, what we are going to do is we are going to set up a blueprint. I know you're thinking, but you said we weren't going to be learning about blueprints. Well, we do need to set up our classroom, and for our classroom, I think it's probably best for us to work in a blueprint because that's where a lot of the meat of visual scripting is done. So let me make this full screen. And you can see we have our third person template. And I'm just going to, in this content folder, all right, first, hold on. You've never logged into Unreal before. You just created a project. You're like, holy goodness, what am I looking at? Let's do a quick tour. Top of our screen, this is kind of our viewport. There are, hopefully you're at least a little bit into games or 3D of some kind. If you want to move around in this viewport, you can hold the Alt key and left click and drag, and that will rotate it. Point is, let's not get lost there. We're not even gonna really have to do that once we get in the classroom. Point is, this is a viewport. Over on the right, this is our outliner. And at the bottom, generally speaking, is our content browser. If you do not see your content browser, if you go up to Window, Content Browser, you'll be able to choose Content Browser. Okay, with the Content Browser, this is where we store everything that we're working on. It's kind of like our filing cabinet.
Thankfully, I already know all this stuff.
If we have a desk and the top of the desk is our workspace, it's sort of like the drawers and the filing cabinets that we're working with underneath. So I'm going to create a folder in here by right-clicking in gray space, and you'll notice at the top, fourth one from the top is new folder. And I'm just going to call this visual scripting. Double click on the folder and we should be kind of where we're going to store all of our files initially. All right, in order to get going we're still not quite in our classroom, but we're getting there. Now, this is the part that's a little bit of a leap of faith. So roll with me if you've never worked with Unreal before. I think the easiest way for us to focus on visual scripting is to work within a blueprint. The quick summary version is a blueprint can do a lot of different things, but basically it's an object that usually does something in the world in Unreal. We are going to right click here in gray again, and we are going to create you'll notice the third section down here is called Create Basic Asset. We're going to choose Blueprint Class. Okay, it's going to pop up a window, and we're going to pick the first one because I think this is going to be the easiest one for us to work with. So we're just going to choose Actor, and we're going to call this Class 1 Actor. And I'm actually going to prefix this. We're going to call this Blueprint BP underbar Class 1 Actor. Okay, almost there. Let's double click on this. And this is going to open the Blueprint editor. Let's take a quick break. Or not a break, but let's just take a quick pause and go on a little bit of a tour and take a deep breath. So far, so good. I'm going to save this just so that I have it saved. Now, again, for those of you that are completely new to Unreal, this is sort of the quick intro. We're kind of glossing over this because we're still not quite to the classroom yet, but we're almost there. So welcome to the Blueprint editor. Over on the left hand at the top, we have all of our menus and things like that. We'll explain what this stuff does in a minute. On the left hand side, you have our components. This component section, you can sort of think of this as the visual elements of a blueprint. What do I mean by that? A blueprint can have visual elements. For example, if you're playing a game and the game has an actor or let's say your character, the visual aspects of your character, the outfit, the costume, you might see those over here. If you're doing a virtual production set, you might see over here on the left maybe a camera or something like that. There's lots of different visual things that can go into your components. Below components, you'll notice this section called graphs. These are actually going to be where we're going to be doing a lot of, this is where our classroom is mostly going to be, in the graphs. We'll explain those a little bit. We have graphs, we have functions, variables. All of these are part of the coursework that is coming up. And then over in the middle, we have our viewport. And this is just the 3D view. It works like most other 3D programs in the sense that if you Alt and left click, you can kind of orbit around. If you middle click, you can drag. And if you right click, this is all while holding Alt, and you can basically zoom in and out. Those are the quick 3 things. We're probably not even gonna have to be super savvy with the 3D for the way I'm planning on teaching this course. So just know it's there, that are shown. Utility that uses visual scripting, they have made a whole series of very programmer slash logical workflows available to you that you can use in a visual way and are usually a lot more artist friendly. But this is where some of the assumptions have come in. Even though it's visual, if you've never written a chunk of code in your life, or you've never taken a software engineering class, or you haven't been working in Unreal for quite some time, I think there's potentially a lot of things in here that might be new or foreign.
That's right.
So in most visual scripting languages, the boxes that you're going to work with are usually called nodes. And there are different kinds of nodes and they all do different things. So when we first open this event graph, we actually have 3 nodes in here. And fortunately, with visual scripting and scripting in general, usually they're named something so that you can look at them and have an idea of what they do. In this case, we have event tick. We're not going to worry about event tick. If you're new to gaming and you're new to real-time rendering, all those kinds of things, just know that this is an event that ticks. What it really is about is about when the experience or the game is running, the clock is ticking. This event is kind of in reference to that aspect of it. We're going to delete it. I don't want you to stress about it. We can always get it back later if we need it, but we're not going to need it. Our next event is an event actor begin overlap. That might be a little bit foreign to you, but if you just read what it says, actor begin overlap, it probably has something to do with an actor overlapping. I don't really know what exactly that means, but at least it's something. I can kind of guess at what it is. And then the last one that we have is event begin play. Now, hopefully, because it's called begin play, you know that this is an event that happens when begin play starts. hold on a second. When does begin play start? How do we play? All right. Well, in the top, you'll see this green button. Now, if you click the green button here, it's a play button, which is, very helpful. If you press it here, this is actually going to pop open a new window. I actually like to go back to my map and press play here. If I press play, let's just see what happens. You'll notice that if I press play, we actually begin or start our level. We begin playing. And whether it's a level or a experience or a virtual production set or whatever, we're basically saying start, begin play. Now, this works just like most WASD third-person games. So if you are a gamer at all and you want to run around a little bit just because it's fun, you can use WASD and kind of move your character around. When you're done playing in Unreal 5, starting in 5, I think it was, in order to stop, I believe the default is Shift Escape. You may be able to just press Escape, but if Escape doesn't work, it's Shift Escape. The other thing you can do is press the red square that's at the top here. You can just press Stop. All right. So if we go back, let's talk about nodes. Now, generally speaking, when I teach Introduction to Scripting, and if you're following along with the Intro to Scripting for Creatives course, these nodes that we're creating are a lot like commands or functions or commands or events that we can do within Unreal Engine. So this first node that we're working with is called Begin Play. So what happens is when the experience or the game starts, if this actor exists in the scene, Unreal Engine knows to call Begin Play. When it calls Begin Play, anything we do inside of Begin Play will then happen. Now, how do we kind of show what that might look like? All right, what we are going to do is we are going to create a series of events that happen when Begin Play starts, just to show you how this workflow might go. And to do that, the developers of Unreal have made available to us a whole bunch of fun, cool things that we can use to do that. So let's create one. Now, in order to create one, we basically need to create a flow, a series of events or a series of steps that are going to happen on Begin Play. To do that, we use this white pin here, this triangle at the bottom. It's called an execution pin. So what's going to happen is it's going to come in here and Begin Play, and I'm just left clicking and dragging off of that. And when I do that, it will show me a huge list of executable actions that it could potentially do. Now, we're not going to get too lost in this. You will become more familiar with these as they go, but we're going to start off simple. And we're going to start off with a good old-fashioned print. So I want you to type in here print, and you'll notice that under development, a print string shows up. Now, if you left click on print string, it creates a new node that is a function or a command. Sometimes it's called an event that literally prints a string. That's what it does. So what happens is in visual scripting, when this event is called Begin Play Starts, Unreal looks at this execution pen, goes to the next node and says, what do I want to do? Oh, I'm going to print string. What am I going to print? Well, fortunately, because it's visual, we can see what it's doing pretty clearly, which is super helpful for people who are new. And this is why visual scripting is so accessible to people who are new to programming and scripting in general. But it's going to print a string. We can tell that by reading it, and it's going to print the string hello. Now, if we go back, before we go back, actually, every single time you make a change in this event graph, you need to tell Unreal Engine to, it's called compiling. It basically means take what I've done here, crunch on it a little bit, all down to words and nodes and execution that the engine understands. So if we compile this, you should get a green check mark. If you ever don't get a green check mark, you probably have a problem and you have to fix it. But we compiled it, gets a green check mark, and then I like to save it as well. just in case Unreal crashes or whatever, we can keep all of our work. All right, now we have begin play and print string hello. If we go back to our third person map and we press play, it doesn't print anything. That is because our new Blueprint class 1 actor does not even exist in our experience yet. So there's one more piece that we need to do before class is fully ready. Even though we're well into class at this point, what we need to do is we need to drag a copy of our actor into the scene. Now you'll notice when we do this, you can just drag it right in here. Now you'll notice when we do this, copy of our, we're well into class at this point. What we need to do is we need to drag a copy of our actor into the scene. Now you'll notice when we do this, you can just drag it right in here. It drops it in the world. You can move it around using these handles, up, down, left, and right. You'll notice over in the top right in the outliner, it creates a class 1 actor. Okay.
It's interesting to me that we have to actually pull this into the game space. I guess he's getting ready to explain it. This is why we're going through this tutorial. He's explaining this type of nuance that I really would have enjoyed being explained to me like 2 weeks ago.
And at this point, when the experience starts, it is going to load up everything that it finds within the world. One of the things that it finds within the world is our actor. When it finds our actor, Unreal Engine says, ooh, I found our actor. And then it goes and looks at it and it says, I have a begin play. I'm going to do a thing. The thing I'm going to do is I'm going to print string. So if we come back to our third person map, when we press play now, you'll notice in the top left, there's a little blue text that showed up. It said hello. It disappeared really fast. So let's stop and let's go back to our print string and let's make some changes to it. Let's make it a lot longer so we can see it better. In this node, you can see this little drop down arrow down here. These are all of the things that we can do with print string that might be useful to us. In this particular case, you'll notice one of the things is a duration. So let's make the duration of 10. All we do is compile, we save this, we go back to our third person map, we press play again, you'll notice it prints hello, and this time hello stays there long enough that we have a chance to read it. When I'm ready to move, and it disappears after 10 seconds. All right, when I'm done, I can stop playing and I can come back to our blueprint. So we have successfully at this point executed an event, and we've executed a node. Sometimes these are called events, sometimes they'll be functions. There's lots of different names depending on what you dropped out here, but for right now, I think of this as a print string command. All right, let's make another one. What do you mean another one? I mean, we can do a whole series of things. All right, so let's do that. So if I print string again, I can do that by just dragging off the pin to the right, and I can print string again. And what we're going to do in our second node is we are going to print the string world. So this is a very classic scripting introduction thing that you do in almost every scripting language, and visual scripting is a scripting language. So let's just do the good old classic hello world. Now, just like we did with our first print string, we are going to change our duration. We're going to change it to 10, and we are also going to change our text color. Let's make it something like hot pink. So if I compile this and save this, what's going to happen? Unreal is going to come in here. Unreal is going to start the level. It's going to look in the level. It's going to find our actor. Then inside of our actor, part of what the actor does is it does the begin play, and then it starts executing our visual script. The first thing our visual script does is it prints a string. The second thing our visual script does is it prints a string. So let's take a look at that in actor. You'll notice in the top left, we have hello in a nice turquoise-ish color, and we have world in hot pink. This is awesome. So we're starting to understand how nodes and commands work, and we're starting to understand the execution flow of what's happened. Quick little break. I forgot to mention something. You'll hear me mention it later in this video. It's pretty important as our node graphs start growing to know how to actually navigate this window. It turns out that in order to navigate this window, a couple quick commands that you need to know, or not even commands. If you right click in gray, you'll see that the cursor changes to a hand. If you right click, you can actually pan the window. If you alt while right clicking, you can zoom in and out. And that's going to be important as you start adding more nodes on to this execution chain. And you'll hear me mention it later because I completely spaced and forgot about it. So there we go. Let's get back to our regularly scheduled program. Now, at this point, I'm going to kind of just roll with that. You're kind of understanding this loop. We're basically going to make changes to our script to do different things. And as we make those changes, and we are going to use this loop where we compile, save, and begin play to start to introduce the idea and the fundamentals of visual scripting. In this case, right now, we're talking about commands. Soon, we're going to be talking about variables, and then we're going to talk about control flow, and then we're going to be talking about a lot of different things. But this is the loop that we're going to be doing it, and we're hyper focusing in on just the visual scripting aspect of it. We're going to learn some blueprint stuff along the way just by accident, and that's cool. But for now, let's hop back in. Okay, now, what else can we do with our visual scripting? How about
Okay. I was stuffing my face. I didn't follow along 100%. But let's see. This one's got that text color duration set to 10. There we go. And then there's another print string. And print the screen. Text color. Okay. Duration 10. All right, let's compile that and save. Now, if we hit play, excuse me, it shouldn't work. Yep, excuse me. So it didn't work, but if we drag it in, and now we hit play, there it goes. Hello, hello. Hello. Oh, he changed that to world. Stop back here. Hello, world. So then compile, save. So if we hit play here, it says hello. World hello. Is that what he got?
Fundamentals of visual scripting so if I compile this and save this, what's going to happen? Unreal is going to come in here. Unreal is going to start the level. It's going to look in the level. It's going to find our actor. Then inside of our actor, part of what the actor does is it does the begin play, and then it starts executing our visual script. The first thing our visual script does is it prints a string. The second thing our visual script does is it prints a string. So let's take a look at that in actor. You'll notice in the top left,
it does.
We have hello in a nice turquoise-ish color, and we have world in hot pink of it. We're going to learn some blueprint stuff along the way just by accident, and that's cool. But for now, let's hop back in. Okay, now, what else can we do with our visual scripting? How about we just kind of take a cruise and see what else is available to us? Let's see. Let's try draw. Let's type draw. Now there is a draw. There's a couple different draws in here. There's drawing debug boxes, drawing debug. Let's draw a debug sphere. All right, now this one is a little bit different. And what I want you to start to understand is these commands, these functions that we're creating, and they each of them does something different, and these are in order. So we have our first print, our second print, then our draw debug sphere. Now, what is a debug sphere? Basically, all it does is it draws a sphere. The interesting thing is the difference in the information that you give each of these. So you'll notice our print strings, they take a string. We can choose whether it prints the string or whether it prints the log. We can choose a color, duration, etc. The sphere is a little bit different. And we're going to get into how all of these things get created and whatnot later. But for now, these are all the cool commands that are available for us to use that somebody else has written, and we are going to be using a ton of them. So for our sphere, for right now, let's just keep the center at 0, 0, 0. That is a location in space. We'll keep our radius at 100. Segments is fine. Line color. Notice this, our duration is 0 and our thickness is 0. So even though I have this debug sphere, if I compile, save this, and I run our game, I don't actually see the sphere anywhere in here. I'm assuming 0, 0, 0 is somewhere in this scene, but I don't see it. And I'm moving this camera by left. I just tapped and I'm just moving my mouse. Okay, and the reason we don't see it is because we didn't set a duration. If we set the duration to be 10 seconds, and a thickness, right now 0 thickness means it doesn't have any thickness. If we set our thickness to 1, we compile and we save this, then we go back and we press play, you'll notice that, well, I don't actually to just type in a value just to make it easier. If we look at where our actor is in the scene, you can see it's dragged out here. If you look over here in the outliner on the right, under details, you'll notice that there is a location here. And the location is 15, 30, 10, 10, and 20. If I right click on this, I'm going to choose copy. We're going to see if we can paste this in here. Paste. Nope, it didn't like that. So we're going to do it one at a time. So let's take 15, 30. And then it looks like 10, 10, and then 20. So I'm just changing where the center of the sphere is now. I'm going to change my radius back down to 100, and we're going to compile. We're going to save this, and we're going to press play. There it is. There's our sphere. Okay, so at this point, you have successfully kind of got the classroom set up, and now we're starting to do it. We're starting to work with visual scripting, and what we're looking at right now is the flow. We're looking at the execution order, and our execution order and understanding that is basically starting with our begin play, and then we're using.
I guess let me catch up real quick. So draw debug sphere 15, 30, 110, 20, 30, 110, and this was a 20, right? Okay, radius is 100, segments is 12. Duration 10, thickness 1. Okay.
Using these node links to determine what happens next. So if we wanted to, we could also draw.
Well, let's see if this works real quick. Compile, save. Yeah, there it is. Okay, that's what we expected. Okay, and it's still saying hello world. Okay. All right, so we're on the same page.
A debug. What do you all want to draw? How about we do a fuck. No, cylinder. Now cylinder, you'll notice, is even different. It has a start and an end and a radius. So let's see if we can, oops, put it in the same place as our sphere. And we're going to make it 200 units tall because it starts, this is kind of, I think this is the base and the end. We have a radius. We're going to make it blue. Let's make it blue so that we can note that it's a different color. We'll change our duration to 10. We'll change our thickness to 1. We'll compile that and we'll save that. All right, you'll notice that we have now a sphere and a cylinder. So in Unreal, there are a lot of different commands that are available.
Okay, we're just checking. Oh, well, there's like part of the cylinder. That's not what he's got on his screen, so
Available to us. There are a lot.
12, 1. Duration 1, thickness 1. Huh.
Of different commands that are available to us that we can use. Now, one of the other things that we can do is we can actually use these commands to change things in our scene. So for example, let's see if we can create something other than these debug spheres. So I'm going to drag out here. Let's see if we can create let's see what's interesting and easy for us to use that is not too complicated. Oh, we maybe not create. Let's try spawn. Let's spawn a system at location. All right, now what is this? If you've never used Unreal before, a system is a particle system. And I've just chosen this one because it is a straightforward command, doesn't require a whole lot of extra craziness, and we'll be able to work with this to do different things and change our flow. So the system and the location it works just like everything else so far. We specify the location and so on. But what we need to do is we need to pick a system. We have no systems, okay? That might not be a good one.
Hey, good evening, Swanti. Thanks for stopping in and saying hi. We're gonna. I'm interested in this tutorial. But I've been putting it off. A friend of a friend sent me a game to try. And since we're doing game development, I think we ought to try it. So I had made myself this reminder right here. Ooh, in fact, how long we been streaming? We need to update the calendar. Hour and 25 minutes. So there we go. Let's do live streaming, learning Unreal 5 and Skyrim music video. Okay, good. So we got Dan's game here. So why don't we just go ahead and do that? Let's see here. I did leave. Was it this one? Yeah, it's laser build. So this is Dan's game. Let me actually start hitting recording so he can get the reaction and everything. So this comes at us. Excuse me. Where is? Well, I really should have pulled up his information ahead of time. I'm sorry about that. Where is it? He would have just replied. So thanks, Bo. Daniel. Yeah, here it is. Okay. Sounds awesome. Okay, there we go. Copy. So I want to go ahead and link him. Yeah, happy Easter, Flame Mage. So this is the store page, and I'm trying it out. Let's actually go take a look at the store page really quick. Yeah. Laser Aid. High reflex platforming game. Yep. Alright, let's give it a shot. Looks like quite the gameplay loop. Okay, well let's give it a shot. I guess it's this one. Oh, here we go. Welcome to the first ever playtest. Daniel's new game, Laser Aid, controls her left joystick. Oh, we're going to use mouse and keyboard. Okay, there's crouch, but you can do control to crouch, so it's fine. Okay, we're just getting right to it. Getting like some Portal vibes. Whoa, there we go. Oh no, where did that come from? Oh, there must be one moving. Yep, there's one right there. Yeah, there we go. Whoops. Okay. I like how we just throw ourselves right into the gameplay. It's like this is what this game is about. Get to it. Oh crap. Okay, this is a little intense. Ooh. Well, that was a good one. That was a good level. I wonder if we get to like double jump or something later on. Oh shit. I was trying to get around the corner. Having to deal with that thing going back and forth. Let's try it again. It's like you get up to it and then you gotta get around it. Yeah, here we go. Okay, now we're safe. Now wasn't there was another soda. Almost died. Oh, there's the soda right over there. We just walked right into that. This is tight. This is a very tight gameplay. There we go. Oh, I don't want to die. Whoa. Oh man, I almost ate it. Oh no, I got it. Ooh. Oh, yeah, I gotta wait for it to come back. Okay, did we get everything? I think we have to go the other way now. Yeah, there's the last can of soda. Whoa. Oh man. Oh, yes. Yes, it's getting challenging. And like when that's the last one, you really there's a sense of loss and disappointment because it was the last can of soda I needed. I think we're gonna work our way way back around this time. Got it. Okay. I wonder, is like the level design's good. I wonder how much playtesting went into the level design. An obscene amount of playtesting has gone into this level design. It's tight. It's challenging. There's not like, I don't feel like I'm getting like, oh Jesus, oh my God, you gotta pay attention next. You can't just be talking to the live stream. Okay. All right, now that's 2 cans of soda. There's the third one. We gotta go get the third one. Okay. Alright, now we have to go. We have to go all the way back up here. Okay. Okay. Alright, so now we have our third can of soda. And we got 2 minutes left, and we gotta get busy. We gotta get across the thing. I gotta get used to that angle. You know what? Let's do this part first, since it seems to be the hard part. How about we do that? What do you think? Oh, crap. Oh, there's no way to go. Oh my gosh. Oh. You have to. Well, since we fell, we may as well go this way and grab the other can. Whoa, I really launched myself up there. Oh my gosh. There we go. Oh. Music's good. We got that. We got like a ticking clock kind of sound. Okay, that's all but one. Oh crap. Crap. Okay. Okay, this is the part where we always screw it up. We're gonna go ham. We're not gonna even think about it. We are one with the jump. One with the jump. Shit. We are not one with the jump. I do feel the pressure. Like I'm only less than 2 minutes. And I can't. Okay, you gotta be brave. Oh no. Okay, we're gonna give it one more shot. We're gonna try this one first. Oh no. Alright, one more, just one more. Whoop. Okay. All right. This is good. This is I like the level design. It's nice and tight. This is for like stealth play aficionados. It's engaging. Oh man. Okay. All right. Well, this. I really appreciate him letting me try this game. I think about how much time went into like making these and then doing this level design so it's this tight. I mean, like I like the level design a lot, and I could appreciate how much work would have had to go into making it this tight. So I can see that this has been lovingly crafted, and it's even got me. Oh, I'm gonna do it this time. No, damn it! It's hard. It's hard and it's challenging, and it keeps me coming back, wanting to try it again. So what else could you want from a game? It's also very no nonsense. It's like, yeah, this is where you avoid the lasers. Here's the game, and you just jump in and you're doing it, right? We don't get bogged down in any weighty narrative or something. We don't need no narrative. It's oh shit. See, I'm sitting here talking about trying to do it again. Okay. All right. Well, this has been good. Oh, look, we got a nice menu and everything. Oh, there's a level select. Can I select to a higher level? Stage yellow, stage green, stage blue. Oh, this is the hardest one. You did it. You collect as many Sigma cans as you can carry home. This is just for today. We'll mail out pallets of the stuff to your address every month until you die. I feel like this is... I did not know that there was level select. So this is kind of like the end of game tongue-in-cheek kind of level. That's what that is. Let's go stage blue? Level 3. Let's see stage blue level 3. What's this one? Oh my gosh, look at that. Dude, get out of here with that. Are you serious right now? It's mesmerizing. There's no way. There's no way. Does it like he's had to have actually beaten these levels, right? Like he hasn't made a level that he can't beat, right? Like he's actually done it. He's gone through and he's gotten those cans. Shit. I don't know how he does it. How do you do that? It's crazy. There's not a sprint or a dash. That's okay. That's okay. But it's like, yeah, I can't even imagine how to begin approaching this problem. You gotta get, do you like make a beeline? Do you go straight? How do you get that can of soda? Ooh, okay, there we go. We got all that for 2 cans of soda, and we still... Oh my gosh. Okay, well, it's definitely edge of your seat gameplay. Shit. Okay, alright. Alright, before I get angry, we're gonna... That's how you can tell it's a good game. I'm getting emotionally invested in it. That's a lot of fun. So, Laser 8, high reflex platforming game about dodging lasers while collecting soda cans. It's good. It's good. Let's add it to the wish list. I will definitely support a independent game maker. Partial controller support. And yeah, I guess some people would want to play that with a controller. But it was definitely a lot of fun. And we'll have to check it out when it's released and get a copy. So it's always good to see what other I mean, I can't even call myself a game dev yet. I haven't really made anything. This guy's a game dev. This is the game developer right here. All right, let me stop the recording. And this will be Laser Aid first playthrough. And I'll upload that so he can take a look at it. Okay, now we're going through the fundamentals here.
Spawn. Let's try spawn emitter at location. Do we have any emitters? Yes, we do. Okay, great. So we're changing this to emitter. Like I said, we're making this class up on the fly. This is gonna be awesome. This is gonna be fun.
It's a spawn emitter.
All right, so we're spawning an emitter, and we're doing this intentionally just to keep things focused. The emitter I'm going to choose to spawn is the tutorial particle system.
Okay.
And we just need to connect our execution pin, and let's set our location to be the same location as these other debug objects. For example, we'll keep our rotation, auto destroy, and all that stuff. Let's just compile and save this, and let's see what happens when we run. There we go. We have our emitter. That's pretty cool. Okay, but what can we do with this? Wouldn't it be cool if we made the emitter move? Let's give that a try. So if we come back to our blueprint, so we're spawning, and you notice that our text, our hello, our world, those both disappeared. Then our debug sphere drew into, so did our cylinder. So now we spawned an emitter. Now in order to make this emitter move, what we can do is we can set the location. This is where we're going to make a slight change. So far, we've only been dealing with these white pins. These are the execution pins. These determine the order of things. Well, one of the things that we can do is with our emitter, we can basically use the information of the spawn to make changes. So what I'm going to do is from this return value, I'm going to drag out and I'm going to set location. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a world offset. You'll notice it connects both pins. So what happens is I spawn my emitter and then I'm going to add a world offset of 100. Now let's go 200. So that should be 2 meters. Now if we compile and we save this and we play, it's going to be really hard to see what's happening, and I'll show you why. If you'll notice, our emitter is already 200 units away. We didn't actually get to see it move, because what happened was when Unreal started, if we escape out of here, when Unreal started, it came into our blueprint, started begin play, printed hello world, drew the sphere, drew the cylinder, spawned the emitter, and moved the emitter right away, almost instantaneously. It happened so fast we didn't even see the emitter move. Wouldn't it be cool if we could actually watch it move? We can. So I'm going to make 2 changes to this.
Okay, so hold on a sec. So it's add world offset. Add world offset, so it looks like that, and it's doing it by 200. Okay.
I'm going to move this over, and I happen to know that there is a node that is called delay. So let's type in delay. Now the delay is basically exactly what you would expect. It delays for a certain amount of time. Now in order to give ourselves a little bit of time to recognize what's going on, I'm just going to change my duration of the delay to be 2 seconds. All right, now we have a 2-second delay. I'm also going to change our location to be 200 and Y instead, because it's going to be easier for us to see. So if we compile and we save this, when we start, same thing's going to happen. It's going to go through all of our execution by following our pins or those white lines, and then it's going to hit the delay, and it's going to count to 2, and then it's going to move. So we'll be able to see our particle system move this time. Here we go.
There, it moved.
All right, so it starts out where it is, and notice it just kind of moved over to the side. We did that. That was us. That was visual scripting.
Yeah,
This is
it moves
getting
over there.
This is going to be a lot of fun. We're going to be able to do a lot of really cool stuff. So now our particle just sits here in the world. If we wanted to, we could put in another delay. We can copy this, Okay, so let's talk about this. Part of me is like, we should just do it the old-fashioned way, drag off this type out delay, so you get used to using this and clicking on delay, etc. But also, we want to learn some shortcuts along the way. Visual scripting on Unreal Engine is really cool. You can copy and paste nodes. So if I pick this delay node and I press Control C, I can come over here and press Control V and it will paste it. It knows how to copy and paste its own node. So I can drag this pin over to here, connect them up, and then I can copy the Add World Offset node and paste this as well. Now, when we do this, this is not going to work. If we compile it, you'll notice I get an error. All right, so now we're starting to get into a little bit of the information that Unreal helps us when we're visual scripting, as far as letting us know when we did something wrong. In this case, for some reason we have an error. We know we have an error because when we compile, there's a red circle up here, and Unreal is nice enough to highlight the node and put the word error on it that is causing the problem. So if I mouse over this word error, it says the blueprint self is not a scene component, therefore target must have a connection. Okay, if you don't understand the first part, because it's kind of out there, the whole blueprint self and not having a scene component there, let's just take the end. Target must have a connection. Okay, well, if we look at it, our target has a connection here. Oh, so I need to connect the emitter to the move. Just like I connected the emitter to this world offset move, I need to connect it to this one. How do I do that? What you can do is you can drag off of this pin and you can connect to more than one item. So I can connect to this world offset and I can also connect to this world offset. And now when I compile, now add world offset, which is expecting a target to move, has a connection. So it knows how to move it. So now what's going to happen, and we're going to come back and clean this up in a second. What's going to happen is we're going to spawn, we're going to move our emitter, 2 more seconds later, it's going to move again. So let's just watch this happen. So here's our spawn. There's 2 seconds, 2 seconds. So we're just moving our emitter across the map right now. Kind of cool. Okay, let's go back. What is it that I meant by clean up? Well, as you learn visual scripting, it's
Well, let me do this as well. So he was doing, there's a delay over here too. And then there's one of these. Spawn emitter location, add world offset. And then another add world offset. So it'd be one of these. He moved this over here. Okay, and you would take the blue from there, because it can be connected to more than one. There, it's still connected to the thing. Got it. Okay, so this would be another 2 seconds. Okay, so that should compile, save. Now we should see it move over after 2 seconds. Yep, and then again. Okay. Okay, good. So we're caught up with him.
It's important that you work in a clean manner. What do I mean by clean? If you come in here and you look at what we've done so far, it's very easy to say, oh, 1, 2, 3, 4. You can easily see what's happening. If you came in here and this stuff was all over the place, kind of mixed up, garbly gook, etc., it's very difficult to follow what's going on here. I can still do it. I have to follow the lines in this kind of twisty, it's a lot better, it's a lot easier for you to follow and for the next person who's also potentially working with that to follow, to do so in a mostly clean fashion. Okay, so I'm going to cheat a little bit here, and I'm going to use a hotkey to get this back. If I pick all of these nodes and I press the Q key, they line up for me. If I undo that, if I pick all of these nodes, I might be able to right click and choose alignment and choose align. I think it's straighten connections. You can see this right here. So you can either press Q or you can straighten. And then I can even right click if I want to get super diligent about this, and I can distribute horizontally and I'll make them all evenly spaced. So same thing, I'm going to take all of this. I'm just going to highlight all of this and press Q, and it's going to line them all up. Now, here's the thing. When we look at this, it's very difficult to see what's happening in here, what's connected to what. So it would be great if we could clean this up. To clean this up, what we're going to do is we're actually going to redo our connections a little bit. And I'm just moving these out of the way so I can temporarily see what's happening. Our emitter at location is being connected to our add world offsets. Let's disconnect them. All right. Whoa, disconnect. We haven't even talked about disconnect. We know how to connect things, we just drag to them. How do we disconnect? If we right click, you can choose break this link, and that's going to disconnect it. Right click, break this link. Now, this time, what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag from the blue circle to the target so that adding the world offset, we know we're adding the world offset to our spawn emitter. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to double click on the blue line. When I do that, it creates what's called a reroute node. And what this does is this allows me to make it so that these connections are done similar to this fashion.
Yeah, I get it.
We're also shifting and moving our particle system in the world. This is all using built-in Unreal commands, nodes, functions, things that the Unreal. And take a look at our map one last time, and we are going to watch our particle system move.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. Now, let's take a look. We're going to work on one more bit today, I think, so that you all have a good understanding of how we can access different aspects of a blueprint as well. Right now, we are in our begin play. We are basically doing all of our prints, our draws, and moving our particle systems. Most of the time in blueprints, you will have some kind of visual piece in your scene components. So we're going to add one to our actor so that we can use it to do things. So let's do that. In the top left of our blueprint, you'll notice a section that says components. And in there, we're going to add a component, and we're going to choose static mesh. When we do that, let's just go to the viewport real quick so you can see this happening. On our static mesh, you'll notice over to the right, there is all kinds of information over here. The thing that we need to fill in is we need to tell this static mesh what kind of static mesh to draw. There is a section. It's depending on your Unreal version, it's usually about the 4th or 5th one down. It's usually denoted by these nice kind of cyan color. I think it's cyan. It's a blue. And if we just click the drop down next to that, we get to choose any of the static meshes that are available to us. So let's just find something cool. Yeah, now you can keep it simple. You can pick a sphere, for example, and maybe that would be the way to go. I'm just going to see what might be cool here. You know what? I am going to keep it simple. Let's just, in our search assets, just type in cube. And the cube that I want to use is, let's use the third one down. It's just called cube static.
Okay, so he's coming over here to cube. Third one down, right there. Okay. So there's the viewport. really see it yet.
Mesh. And when we do that, you'll notice that it's very large.
Oh, good. Okay, so that's the same thing. All right, it's extremely large. We were inside of it. That's why. Okay. I'm glad we had the same issue.
We were zoomed in too much. You might have to zoom out. If you press F, it will frame it. If you hold the Alt key and right click and drag, you'll notice that you can zoom in and out, but usually F is enough. Now, the other thing that you can do if you want, I mean, this is just a general default gray material. That's fine. What I want you to notice is if we compile this and we go back and we look at our third person map, you'll notice that our cube is sitting in our map because it's part of our actor. Okay, so let's go back to our class 1 actor. Let's go back to our event graph. Now, let's do some stuff with our cube. How do we do that? Well, the same way that we have basically set up nodes and things like that, we can move our cube, we can scale our cube, we can set different visual aspects of it. In order to do that, what we need to do is we need to get the ability to access the cube, a handle to it, it might be called, or a reference to it. The cool thing is it's visual, so it's just easier for me to show you. Now in this case, you'll see here the static mesh is up here on the left. If I just drag this out into our event graph, what's going to happen is you'll notice it gives me a node, or it's basically a reference to our static mesh. So now I can use this to manipulate our cube. And what we're going to do is we're going to drag off of the blue dot from static mesh, and I'm just going to try set low.
Oh, hey Swanty, thank you so much for subscribing. That's awesome. I really appreciate that. If I don't have any of those party effects or anything installed, but yeah, I thank you. Thank you very much.
Location. Yes. So we're going to do the same thing. We're going to let's add a world offset, just like we did with our particle system. And we're going to do that, and you'll notice it creates the box. It automatically connects our static mesh to the target. We just need to connect our execution pins and the location that we want to offset, because it's a world offset. Let's go the other direction. Our particle system's going right.
Thank you,
Let's take our
Swanty.
cube to the left. Let's go minus 200. Okay, when we compile this, save it, and we press play, what's going to happen is we're going to play. All of our cubes and everything are there. Particle system moves, and then our cube moved after the particle system. Why did that happen? Hopefully,
Because it came after the
you
thing.
can just follow this by following your blueprint.
Yeah.
Begin play started. We printed hello, then we printed world, then we drew a debug sphere, then we drew a cylinder. That was almost instantaneous. It was instantaneous. Then we spawned an emitter. So when we first started, you saw the emitter sitting right there. Then we did a delay. We waited for 2 seconds. Then we added a world offset to the emitter. Then we delayed again. Then we added another world offset to the emitter. And then we immediately removed the cube. So if we do this again, what you will see, or you should see, is on the second move, the cube and the emitter will move at the same time. So let's just double check that, so that our understanding of the execution flow is solid. Watch the cube and the emitter on the second one. Same time.
Yeah.
Cool?
That makes sense.
Now, we can actually do the same thing here and split this up, and we can add in a delay here. I'm just going to drag off of this pen to show you one other feature of Unreal scripting, or Unreal Visual Scripting. If we type delay in here and we click on it, it's going to automatically connect it for us. And if I type in here, let's do a 1 second delay. Now what's going to happen is after our second emitter move, we're going to delay a second, and then we're going to move our static mesh. So let's go back and let's compile this, save it, and let's play. Same thing, let's watch it all happen. We have our cube moves, our emitter moves, it moves again 1 second later, the cube moves. And I actually meant to say our cylinders and everything got spawned. Okay, let's make another change in here. I'm just gonna move this up because it's driving me nuts to see it going through the floor. So we'll move it up. I'm also gonna scale this down a little bit. I'll scale this in half so it's not so massive. I do that by selecting the cube static mesh, and then I can just change the attributes over
Yeah,
here.
he's covering some really
0.5,
basic
0.5 for
stuff.
scale, and I can move it down probably 25 or move it by 25. That I think that will be sitting on.
I really wish I'd have found this video like 2-3 weeks ago.
What else can we add to this that might be interesting? Ooh, how about a cone? Okay, we added the cone, all at the same levels. Set. Nope. We move on. All right, so we're gonna set options. Let's run this. All right, so 1 second later, particle moves. 1 second later again, and then you'll notice that our
The
sphere
sphere increases
is
size.
now changing in size. All right,
Okay.
so this is it. This is how we execute commands that have been created for us by the developers and eventually one day ourselves. This is how we can interact with objects. We can do the same thing with our cone and start to move things around. Let's just do the same thing with our cone. We'll set the scale. I'm going to copy paste. Don't forget to connect the cone to the target. And the cone is now also going to get set up. So our particle moves, boom, both of those pop and grow in size. Very cool. All right, so let's wrap up a little bit of where we got to today. Yes, we had a little bit of setup. We had to get our classroom up and running, but we got into visual scripting. Today was all about familiarizing ourselves with the blueprint we're going to be working in to focus on visual scripting. And the visual scripting aspects that we talked about today were all about familiarizing ourselves with nodes, functions, how do we connect them, the execution order, little things about working cleanly, getting references to our components, connecting those.
It was
all those
a
kinds of
good
things.
video.
So maybe
It
we
was
inheritance.
a good video. In fact, I think we should leave this guy. I mean, there is some good stuff here. I feel like I mean, some of this stuff, this fundamental stuff that he's going over is a big help, even though it's not something I can directly apply to the project that I'm working on. But I think, I mean, yeah, it's less manual work for motion matching. So I've learned enough about Unreal Engine 5 to know that the old way of animating things using state machines is going to be really, really labor intensive and doesn't scale. So I need to use the new way, which is motion matching. And I think that sets us up for doing this stuff. So these are all my notes for motion blending. Oh, it's not blending, it's matching. Matching, motion matching. Okay. So we need to learn. The next thing that we ought to do is probably projectize out this movement thing, because we're going to need to here, let me we're just planning our next couple of moves here. Hold on. Where is I watched a lot of these guys' tutorial stuff. Not that one. Not this one. That's Unreal Sensei. Motion, I think it's this one. Yeah, this is the one with the...
Hey everyone, welcome back. In this video, we're going to be looking at motion matching.
Okay, so let's copy this. And this is all my notes and stuff. So motion matching. Found this video. Next steps are to follow along and document the steps taken. The benefit here is this tutorial shows you how to import, actually how to convert and import assets from animation to convert another site. It makes sense to learn how to do this so you can leverage the newer technology and third-party asset resources. You're basically making a big database from which the motion matching system draws upon for movement. Okay, so, and they just make it look so easy. All right, so I'm not going to save this. Don't save any of that. What I do want to do is check out this game animation stuff again. It just blows my mind.
Hello, everyone.
There's so many tutorials and everything that I want to go through. Not enough time in the day. I'm trying to put on some background music. Developers Conference. And it's a bunch of promotional stuff behind the music. 30 things I hate about your game pitch. That could be good. Let's give that a shot. I just want to test out the movement one more time.
I've been told to tell you in advance that you should silence your cell phones if you haven't already. And that also, please, when it's all over, if you can fill out the evaluation form, that would be really great. And so without much further ado, I'm just going to launch right into 30 things I hate about your game pitch. First, let me give you a bit of background about why you should even care what I think about your game pitch. I've been in the industry for 20 years. I started off as the creative director for Red Storm Entertainment. I designed Rainbow Six and Ghost Recon, but for the last 14 years, I was a senior game designer at Sony Santa Monica. I only recently left to go independent. And for a lot of that time, I was one of the guys you pitched to, probably, and I heard several hundred pitches during that time, so that there was a lot of stuff that I saw, and it gives you a unique perspective on it, because if you're the person doing the pitching, you may only do a handful of pitches in your career, but if you're the person receiving the pitching, then you see a lot, and you get to see patterns in how people pitch. And so the genesis of this talk was last year at GDC. I took a whole bunch of pitches, and I was talking to one of the people I was listening with, and we were just shocked at how many mistakes people made, and particularly people made even who'd been in the industry for a really long time, people with 10 or 15 years experience still doing really bad pitches. And we always tried to give people a fair shake. We weren't trying to hold things against them, but at the same time, there were some really obvious things people were doing, and so that was the genesis of where this talk came from. So when I was looking at pitches, there were really two big questions. There's really two things that I want to know. And that is this game worth making? And can this team make it? And anything that's not directed toward answering one of these questions in some form, it doesn't really need to be in your pitch. Or if it's in your pitch, you need to play it down in exchange for answering one of these questions in a meaningful way. So since I only have 30 minutes and I have 30 things, let's let the hate begin. Number one, I don't give a crap about your backstory. A lot of people start off their pitches trying to introduce you to their game world. You hear 20 minutes of like the complete political situation on some fantasy continent, or what the childhood of your protagonist was. And this really doesn't help sell your game at all. If you think also about what you go about when you try to buy a game, you may enjoy knowing all the information while you're playing, but at the point of purchase, when you're deciding whether or not you actually want to have that game, you don't know all that backstory. And if your game can't stand alone with a huge dump of what the backstory is, that's a problem. And it's a problem that can be addressed even at the pitching stage. So, first off, 20 minutes of lore will not sell your game. A rule of thumb, look at how the original Star Wars begins. You have a really quick text crawl, it sets up what the situation is, and then you're on into the action. If you need to set things up, try to set them up that quickly. Number two, I don't give a crap about your inventory system either. And another pattern that I would see when people would pitch is that they would explain in great detail systems that are very standard. So if it's central to your game that you have a really unique and different inventory system, if that's something that's really...
One of the things that I'm doing is I'm writing down some things that I think should guide the project. The type of gameplay that I'm looking for is a combination of a bunch of different things, and I'm thinking about how to piece it all together. One of the things that I want to make sure my gameplay has is, like, you need a lot of different hotkeys. Like, you're not going to be able to play this with a controller. Like, you're gonna need all the hotkeys, because the movement system alone has all that variation to it, and then there's going to be controlling the combat on top of the movement system. And I like the idea of very responsive gameplay. So, like, if you see the mage that you're fighting, or the spell blade that you're fighting, like, coats his blade in frost, or you see the mage starting to charge up a frost spell, you hit a hotkey that gives you 5 to 10 seconds of frost protection. Alternatively, the same thing for fire protection, or a different type of damage. So that type of, like, responsive, they're getting ready to do something, I have several options to counter or mitigate it. That type of gameplay interests me a lot. So we're basically going to describe it. The gameplay combat loop in Vanilla WoW for mage. Let's see, the gameplay in Vanilla WoW where you needed a ton of hotkeys. Where the, mage versus mage duels were really something because of Fire Ward and Frost Ward. How interrupting spells was a thing. Didn't like the sticky targeting though. No sticky targeting though. You need to aim like Warframe. Okay. Modern movement system with all the bells and whistles. And I want to build a game where a player versus player duel is as fun to watch as the WoW PvP video. So this is, I'll have to develop this a little bit more. I know what this means, but I'll have to describe it a lot better than just vanilla gameplay in WoW. But I do like the idea of having like a ton of different hotkeys, and like choosing your loadout, and then going to battle with it. It seems like a lot of fun. And I gotta work on something in my spare time. Okay, so there's that project updated right there. Okay.
Different about how your game plays, by all means, yeah, showcase that. But the pitch is not a place to just do a general dump of every mechanic you have, because a lot of times if you say, oh yeah, we've got inventory management, that's all you need to say. So number two, don't explain standard features. If anything's there, it needs to be there because it is really core to the concept. Number three, I'm not going to design your game for you. A lot of times people would come in to do pitches and they would start off with questions. What sort of game do you want to see? Well, or they would give you two different options, like, we're thinking about making this first or third person. What do you think it should be? That's not the place to do that. If a company is interested in hearing different options, they may ask you about that later on in the pitch. But when you start things off, you want to pitch what your creative vision is, what the game is that you want to make and why you want to make it. Don't ask the person that you're pitching to answer questions about what they're looking for or what they're trying to accomplish. If they want something different, they'll tell you or that you ask you. So number three, don't ask me what I want. Tell me what you want to do. Tell me what game you want to make. Number four, game pillars are not hooks. One of the things that we would always look for to determine if a game was worth making is, what is the hook? What is the unique thing that's going to make this different, that's going to make it stand out from all the other games that are out there? And a lot of times people would think that if they would say, like, oh, here are our pillars, that would satisfy the need for what the hook of the game is. We want to have a really strong fantasy story in a really detailed world, and it's going to be all about hand-to-hand combat. Yeah, those are pillars. Those help keep you on track while you're making the game. But an important part of pitching is to tell the person you're pitching to why somebody would buy this game instead of something else that's already out there. So early on in your pitch, one of the key things you need to emphasize is, what is it that makes your game unique and different from everything else that's out there? Number five, you never explain to me what the player does. And this often is tied into the lack of a hook. I would receive game pitches, and people would like talk about how beautiful the world was, and what the setting was, and what their story was, and what their monetization model was. But when it came times to actually describing the moment-to-moment gameplay, the experience of the player, it would never be mentioned. Or they would mention sort of offhandedly, oh yeah, it's a platformer. Okay, well, what kind of platformer? How is that different? Why do I want to play this platformer instead of the 100 other platformers that are already out there? If you don't have something unique, you need to think about what is going to be unique before you get to the point where you're actually pitching. And describe your mechanics. Be able to talk through moment to moment what it's going to be like for the player to hold the controller in their hand and what they're actually going to be doing. Number 6, in the real world, no one can double jump. And what I mean by this is, don't use realism as a way to excuse elements of your design. A lot of times when you're pitching, you'll be discussing why you made certain creative choices, why you have a certain vision. And whenever somebody would say something along the lines of, oh yeah, we made this choice because you can't really do this, you know, we wanted something that would, unless you're doing a real hardcore simulation, unless the whole selling point of your game is that it's absolutely true to the world, don't excuse design decisions by saying, oh, that's the way it really is. Because for the most part, almost everything you do in a game is unreal in some way. And so justify your design decisions with real reasons rather than just appealing to realism. And something that's related to that, many times I'd get pitched a game and it would have a frame story. It's a game show. If you pitch something as a game show, I start thinking, well, why do you even need a frame story? Because game shows themselves don't have frame stories. The frame story of a game show is that it's a game show. So if you have a game and it has a really cool mechanic and it's fun to play, you don't necessarily need to put a wrapper around it to explain why the player is doing it. If you really have a reason to do a game show game, by all means, do it. Don't let me stop you. But don't. Number 8, it's a parody. I always get very suspicious when I'm pitched a game that says, where the person explains that it's a parody, because I wind up thinking, is it really a parody? Is it really just a crappy game? Did you really start out to make something that was serious and good, and then discover that you didn't get it, and so you say, okay, I'm going to lampshade it. So again, I'm not saying don't make parody games, but announcing up front that it is a parody sets off alarm bells. It makes me suspicious that there is something in the game that is off or wrong, that you don't feel like it could stand on its own without being taken as a joke. Oh, and I just completely screwed up my presentation there. Number 9, you never mention your glaring obvious tech risk. And this goes into, can this team succeed in making it? A lot of times, if you see a lot of pitches and if you've been working on the publisher side a lot, you kind of know what's feasible and what's not. And you know what things are hard to do and what things are easy to do. And if somebody comes in and says, yeah, we want to do a 1,000-person multiplayer game with real-time firefights, then alarm bells go off. And it's fine to do something that's really technologically ambitious. It's fine to do something that's really dangerous and hard. But if you say something like that sounds dangerous and hard, and then you don't explain how you're going to pull that off, then that really makes people nervous. So taking a big risk is great. But if you know you're taking a big risk, then you need to tell people that you're taking a big risk, and you need to acknowledge what you're going to do to address that big risk. This is an interesting one. Number 10, your proof of concept doesn't prove your concept. A lot of times people do prototypes, and you'll see prototypes when you're getting pitched. And you need to be very careful what you're prototyping, because a lot of times what you prototype is the easy stuff, and the easy stuff is not the stuff that needs to be prototyped. So if you show me a prototype and you're like, hey, here's a character that's walking around, I'm like, that doesn't tell me anything. It's very easy to get a prototype working where a character is walking around. If you're going to prototype, it is important to try to focus on the things that are unique and different and hard. Show what it is. That if you have a unique combat mechanic, that's what I want to see in prototype. I don't want to see, oh, hey, the character can open doors, because I know you're going to be able to execute.
Yep, so we're still on the right track by focusing on movement to begin with. Showcasing the building and showcasing the movement system is a big part of it. Because having a robust movement system that's available right out of the gate and isn't blocked behind like experience or experience gain or something like that is a big selling point. I want people that are if you're really good at finessing the movement system, then you should be better at the game overall. And people that aren't so good at the movement system, they can gain enough levels, and they'll be a high enough level where they can still take out the thing eventually. Maybe just not, a couple levels lower.
On the character opening doors. So when you think about prototyping or doing proof of concepts, prototype what will showcase the hook of your game and things that may convince the person that you're pitching to that you're able to mitigate the risks that are inherent in what you're proposing. Number 11, having lots and lots of shitty art does not make your art less shitty. If you don't have an artist on staff, if you don't have somebody who can produce high quality images, then try to pay to have just one or two. You don't need to have a lot of art to sell the vision of your game. Often you can sell the look of a game with a single really good image. And you're much better off spending the money or the time, if you're the artist, to produce that one really stellar image that sells the look and tone of the game than to cram your presentation with a lot of stuff that's really mediocre. So yeah, one or two amazing pieces is better than a dozen mediocre ones. Don't caught in the trap of trying to think that more art is better if that's not something you can easily execute on. And related to that, make sure that I can tell what's placeholder and what's not. One of the worst things you can do is put stuff in your presentation that is just good enough that I might think that you intended it to be in the final game, but it's really not. So if the person who put this image on the internet is around, thank you for letting me use your image, because it was them showing how they actually would showcase just pure mechanics with pure engineering art. Engineering art is great because there's no way the person you're pitching to can mistake that for what's really going to be in the game. So an obvious placeholder is better than bad art that looks like it's final. Number 13, this is a weird one because this kind of goes against the rule of not having crappy stuff that you pitch with. You polish too early. And part of the reason this image is in here, this is from a game I worked on where we did like final art for all the ships before we had our combat model down, and all the stuff got thrown out. And so if a game is really, really visually polished, but the mechanics are still really broken in prototype, that also is an alarm bell, because it suggests that the team is not putting all the effort where it should. This is a bigger deal last year. You're pandering to the latest tech craze. Mm-hmm. Does this game really need the tech that you're using? Does it need virtual reality? Does it need augmented reality? Back when the Move was a thing, we saw lots of pitches for Move games where the Move made no sense at all. If you want to make a game for one of these platforms, make sure that what you're doing with the new technology, with whatever the new hotness is, actually makes sense in the context of the game. Don't pitch a game where it feels like you had an existing game on the shelf and you've retrofitted some
I'll be right back. I'm going to take a bio. Be back in 90 seconds.
New tech idea because you think that will help you get interest. Because in all likelihood, that will actually fail. Number 16, this happened more often than you would think. I was with Sony, and you just pitched a phone game to a console publisher. And it would, about 10 minutes in, the response would be, why are we even talking? Why are you wasting your time? Why am I wasting my time? Do preliminary research to the people who you're pitching to. Some publishers have a particular kind of game that they are interested in. They're interested in horror games, or they're interested in like 8-bit games, or they're interested in arty games. There's a whole, and some publishers are also interested in having a broad spread of different titles. So if they're already doing a horror game, they're probably not interested in your game. So do some preliminary research to find out what it is that people are interested in, so you don't wind up pitching them something for the wrong platform, the wrong genre, something that already goes against something that they've announced. Gone Home already exists. And this is from a couple of years ago, right after Gone Home came out. It seemed like every other pitch we got was going to be, hey, we're going to do a new version of Gone Home, without any way to distinguish what it was that was at all different about it. So again, along with the idea that there's being technological hotness that people are chasing after, there are also hot games that come out. So in addition to Gone Home existing, so does Minecraft. If you pitch a Minecraft clone, okay, how is this different from Minecraft? How are you taking something that already exists and moving it in a different direction? Because if you just say you're going to remake your version of something that's already successful, then the immediate answer is, well, why would somebody buy this instead of what already exists? It's already putting you behind in terms of convincing people that your game is worthwhile to make. This also, it wasn't Marvel, it was a completely different license, but somebody actually came to us and they had this whole game pitch built based around an intellectual property that they didn't own. And at the end of the pitch, we're like, well, this is actually pretty cool. And then they said, can you help us negotiate the license to get this intellectual property? And the answer almost always is no. We cannot help you negotiate your license to get your IP. If you want to build a game around an intellectual property, those negotiations should happen in advance before you go to a publisher. If you have a publisher who is already has access to some IP, they may be interested in hiring a developer who will build a game around.
We're gonna check out monetization and maybe one or two more. This is like way further down the line. We got to get the proof of concept working first.
Around those, but asking a publisher to help you get an IP that you've already built a concept around is a really, really dangerous thing to do. This was big when free-to-play was the first new thing, the big new thing. We would get pitches that consisted almost entirely of somebody describing their new monetization plan. And again, nobody buys a game for a monetization plan. The details of the monetization plan may be really interesting once you get into development. If somebody's interested in your pitch, they may say, hey, this is really, really cool. Can you tell us more about how you're going to make money off of it? But going into what your pricing tiers are, if you have some unique way that you're going to sell in-game goods, that's a relatively minor part of selling somebody on the idea of your game. And a lot of that will fluctuate during development. It's worthwhile to say up front, oh yeah, we're planning on free-to-play, we're planning on in-app purchases. You know, a basic idea of what the monetization plan is going to be affects what how you think the game is feasible or not, but actually going into detail of how the system is going to work usually doesn't belong in a pitch. So make the game, then figure out what your pricing tiers are. Don't start from the principle that you're build out your whole monetization plan in advance. This is a huge one. You have no idea how much money you need to make this thing. Or this is the same thing, or how many people, or how much time. Never go into pitch without an idea of what your scope is going to be. A common question you'll be asked is, how many hours of gameplay does this have? How many levels? How many lines of dialogue? Whenever I was taking pitches, I always had was running a calculation in my head of how much money this game is going to cost to make. And because that's where all the feasibility comes down to. It's like, can we afford to pay money to actually pay for this thing? And if you have no idea how big your game is, or how many people it's going to take to make, how many months you're going to run, it makes it impossible to assess the feasibility of this game as a project. You could have a pitch a game that's really, really, really amazing, but if you don't know what it actually takes to build it, that suggests that you're never going to be able to execute on it. Related to this is that you come in and you don't have a team. You don't have anybody beside yourself. You don't need to have your complete team in place. A lot of times when you're pitching, it's because you want the money to be able to hire people. But you at least need to have a roadmap for how you are going to hire people, and at least have an idea of who the leads are going to be. You know, if you have one or two people who you would like to hire, you want to give the person that you're pitching to the idea that there is actually going to be a body of people who are capable of executing on this idea, and not simply it's a pipe dream that you have that you're hoping to make without any resources to execute on it. When you're specifying what sort of stuff it is that how much you need and how this game is going to have a roadmap to success, make sure your business plan that you're presenting is realistic. Here's another one. You seem like you'd be a huge pain in the ass to work with. I actually sat in pitches where afterwards we would sit and talk and say, man, that was a really great game idea, but that guy was a huge asshole. And this is more important than you think, because a publisher-developer relationship is a relationship. It's ongoing. I mean,
Okay, we're going to do this tutorial next, but I think we're going to. I mean, it's like it's 13 minutes long here. But it's probably going to take us a lot longer than that to get through. One of the things that I'd like to do is we spent a good chunk of time working on Unreal. So we'll pick this up again either later or tomorrow, and we're going to get some more footage for the Skyrim music video. And to do that, we've got to run from this dashboard here. So there we go. Okay. I guess we run it from here. I guess we can close this. Figured it would have started by now. There it goes. There it goes. I forgot how long it takes to load. It's got 2,500 mods. It is going to take a little while. Well, it's still chugging along, huh? No wonder it said that a SSD was required. There's no way you do this on a normal hard drive. Yeah, we'll continue from last save.
If I've told you once, told you 1,000 times. The chapel of St. Martin does not violate the terms of the White Gold Concordance. There is no Talos worship going on here.
It violates the spirit of the White Gold.
I gotta figure out. There was a video that had some really good
What is the spirit of the White Gold Concordance?
first
The
person.
spirit of the White Gold Concordat is that men are not and can never be gods.
Let's look at
Just
that.
as Tiber Septim is not a god, nor is Martin Septim.
What's this one? Like this animation right here. Happy little trees. Complex parallax. I guess let's search for it. Let's do walking head bomb. What is the... I'm looking for a mod that adds a realistic first-person head bob while walking for Skyrim. Enhanced first-person camera. Increased camera bobbing in first person, affecting walking, running, and sneaking animation without relying on ESPs. Okay. Improved camera SE. Motion sickness consideration. Okay.
But what is the concordance?
Maybe we end up adding it after the fact.
Talos worship.
No mention of Martin's septum worship, though?
Okay.
I
Alright, the thing that I want to do first is go back to Whiterun. Because it looks so different. Okay, because here, yeah, there's all these trees. So okay, see, that looks normal. That looks better. Okay, what is this? Why is this doing this right here? We have to grab that, I guess. Otherwise this thing's gonna be ruining the shot. Okay. I like that it's got, you know, they're directing the player to go explore. Okay, good. Now it's not glowing anymore. Okay. Okay, what I do want to do is get a shot like this. Alright. What is the force weather command for clear skies in Skyrim console? Well, I guess I don't have it. Wow, what's wrong with me? Copy. Click here, paste. No. Okay, so what is it? Force weather 10E 1F2. Oh, but now it's dark out. Alright, so let's wait. Okay, there we go. Okay, so that's similar to the same shot. And there's no grass over here. Okay, so you can see where the grass stops drawing. Yeah, the grass stops drawing right there. Okay, I think this is going to be a good shot. Oh, there we go. Yep. Okay. Okay, so I gotta hide my webcam. And then we're gonna line it up right here, it looks like. Okay. Now let me start recording. Oh, we gotta get rid of the... Yeah. Okay, so we're recording. Okay. Okay, and we're back. Alright, now... Man, that does look really good. Yeah, I think if we went slower... Yeah, I like the way it, like, we come around here and it opens up. Alright, so let's move over there. so this is good. I want to slow that down. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so we're gonna start recording, get rid of the webcam, click in here, get rid of the console. Okay. Alright, let me stop recording. Okay, I'm back. Alright. Now let's let's go to where can we go? There's Whiterun, Iverstead. Morthal. Let's try to go to Morthal. So the command to teleport to Morthal. Okay, let's do it. Oh. Okay, it's not taking us over there. COC, Morthal. Okay, it's not working. Okay, let's try that one. There we go.
What's the Jarl going to do about it?
I've been looking for
How are
you.
we supposed
Got
to
something
feel
I'm
safe
supposed to
in our
deliver.
own homes?
Your hands only.
Enough already.
Let's see. Looks like that's it. Got to go.
Look after you all. Please, go about your business.
Oh, like I have to take all of these? I'm sure that wasn't intended.
We've no
Okay.
need for wizards in our midst.
Morthal has enough problems as it is.
Ah, it's no use. Let's get back to it then.
Okay, this is interesting. How do we frame this? Further back, I guess. Yeah, that's working. That's looking better. I gotta go get that thing back there. It's screwing up the shot. Where is it? It's right back there. Oh, now here's a good spot. Hey, Noob Fever. Thanks for coming in and saying hi. We did some game development stuff, and we found some new technology that's going to save us a ton of time. And we spent like an hour, 2 hours doing like a fundamental course for blueprints, and now we're basically trying to gather some footage for the Skyrim music video, and this is looking pretty good right here. I was gonna get okay. Let's yeah, I think I like that shot of backing out. Right there, I like that. Okay. So let me go over here. Hide the cam. Start recording. Here we go. Let's hide the UI. Okay. Now I wonder if we're getting the best that we can out of here. So is there like another way? What if we came about it from the other way? Oh, that's actually got more stuff going on. That's a little bit more visually pleasing, I think. Because there's a lot more going on. Let's see what it looks like going through. Oh, there we go. I think that's the shot, especially with that bug right there. Okay. And we just missed clipping that thing right there, so let's do that. Let's hide the webcam, start recording, click in, hide the console. Okay. Okay. One of the things that I wanted to do was see what this place looked like at night. Let's see here. Okay, let's wait another hour. Oh, okay. How do we frame this? Can we get like a low shot here? Something like that. Can we find some more light? Uh-oh, I hear battle music. Uh-oh, battle music. Okay, I'm just worried that there's not enough for the eye to grab onto here. There needs to be like a...
Make it quick.
Oh, it could be somebody holding a torch.
Why are you speaking to me?
No, that's not working. Oh man, see there's not... Maybe do something to capture that moon? Oh yeah, there we go. Look down. There, now we're moving a lot faster. No, I feel like we're shortchanging ourselves. We can find some better place to frame these shots at night. What else is there? Dawn Star. Let's try that.
Divine sake, Scald. Who do you think we're threatening with our old war wounds? We're not soldiers anymore.
Your man
Oh, okay, look at this.
old Legion armor.
Oh,
What
wow.
should I make of that?
He's proud of his service, Scald. The Legion taught us loyalty, and we're loyal to Dawnstar.
This isn't over. I catch you sending one letter to General Tullius. I'll have you both executed.
Okay, well I like this better. It's just too bad we can't frame the moon back there. I think this is, oh, that's a good shot right there. What if we come past? Oh, I actually like that. Oh, damn. I actually like how this passes here, but then that thing just derps. It disappears. Well, that's okay. I guess let's get this shot. Let's hide the webcam. Start recording. Click here. Okay. Start recording. Okay. Well, that was a good shot. Let's see what this place looks like during the day. Oh, let's make it 6 hours and see what it looks like in the morning. Oh, this is like dead of night. Yeah, there's the shot right there. The morning. Right. Yep, that's it. With the sun rising. Okay, so now we're recording. Oops. Hide the console. There we go. Okay. Oops. Okay. Let's wait another hour. Do we want to do this one instead? Oh, now there's the sun. It's getting started. This is what I was looking for, something like this. Oh my gosh, that's an incredible shot. Oh my gosh, well, let's do that. There we go. Yeah, like that. Yep. Alright, we're gonna start recording. There we go. Hide the console. Yeah, it's an incredible shot. Now what I'd like to do is actually let's get over there. Because it looked like we had a really nice scenic shot further out that way along the edge. Are we gonna have to fight doggies? Oops. Okay, that looked good. Bless home. Mends all wounds and heals everyone close to the caster. Wow, that's it's not doing a lot, is it? Oh, you let go. You press it and then you let go. Okay. That makes sense. Well, instead of trying to avoid these guys, let's just fight them. Oh no, is it healing him too? I think it was healing the wolf too. Oh wow.
If I've told you
Oh, we started all the way over here. Okay.
told you 1,000 times. Lord St. Martin does not violate the terms of the White Gold Concordant. There is no Talos worship going on here.
It violates the spirit of the White Gold Concordant.
Excepting for Nargo.
Trade routes need original item prices to initialize the save game, but they have already been modified. If possible, reload the save you were just playing and choose initial other save from the trade. Plans will be stuck forever. They were in the save you were just playing. Okay, well we'll start a new game. If possible, reload the save you were just playing and choose initialize other save from the trade routes configuration menu.
In doubt.
Well, this was the save. Trade routes. No, there's so much stuff here.
His luck.
Forget it.
What is the spirit?
We're just getting the visuals. We don't care. Then reload this save file or start a new game. If you keep playing, okay. Okay, well we'll play a new
The
game.
spirit of the White Gold Concordat is that men are not and can never be gods. Just as Tiber Septim is not a god, nor is Martin Septim.
But what does the Concordat actually say?
The Concordat forbids Talos worship.
No mention of Martin's septum worship,
My
though?
legs ache. Might be coming down with hell joint.
No, there isn't. I must consult with my superiors. Perhaps we will have to petition for a slight amendment to some unfortunately specific
Okay, let's get that
wording
shot.
in the Concordat.
That's
We
a really
will
good
keep
shot.
our eyes on your little cult, however.
Okay. Okay, I want to... There's no way that I'm going to be able to... There's like no way to bind a hotkey to make the camera go just up, which sucks. Just playing around with the different times. Okay. Oh, it's that beard clipping through the thing. Do you have vampirism? 0. Okay. There's so much modded in this game. It's crazy. Okay, what else? We're getting some. Oh, that's right. We've got to go back to we got to use a command to go back to like Whiterun or something, so let's do that. Okay. Now that looks great. Is there something we can do to take advantage of this? Damn, those lights are slightly off. Look, see this light? It's off for some reason. Is it still going to be off if we get out of free cam? Yeah, okay, so it's respective to the player. That's why it's off. Okay. Okay, where have we been? We've been to Whiterun, Morthal, Hammerfell. I don't think we've been over to Hammerfell. The Rift. East March. Morthal. Old Shack. Reichstad. East March. Let's see if we can do that. COC East March. COC. Nope, that one doesn't work either. COC Wilhelm Origin. Oh, see, now that looks really good.
A few septums ain't nothing. You can spare that, can't you?
Okay, let's do that. Let's do, okay, so I love the text offset. The UI is really something. Oblivion artifacts, all ingredients, all scrolls, all potions, all standard weapons. Let's find him a standard weapon. Here, let's have him use the ceremonial axe. Okay, and now standard armor. And let's have you wear Falk Wraith. Okay, there we go. Okay, so he needs gloves and boots. I'm tripping. Standard armor. We need fur bracers. Fur shoes. Okay, that's better. Oh, look at that. He even does like a little standing thing there. He's got like that idle animation. He looks good with the beard too. I think we'll actually leave that. Not that I want to leave too many people with beards in, but I think that actually looks really good. Like, it's not broke. Let's not fix it. Okay, so now we want to go back to where we were, which is COC. COC Windhelm Origin. Okay, great. Now.
I've been looking for you. Looks like that's it. Got to go.
And he gives me 20 different letters. We were gonna film over here.
A few septums ain't nothing. You can... That, can't ya?
Now wait a minute. There we go.
Will you spare a few coins to help someone who's got nothing?
He needs to be over a little bit more. There we go. Okay.
Divine smile on those who show mercy
Let me
and charity.
hide the webcam, start recording. Here we go. Okay, there we go. That was good.
For a little charity.
Oh, but we gotta hide the thing. There we go.
I ain't asking for much. Just a few septums.
Okay. And we're back. I should probably do like
A few septums for my supper is all I ask.
I need to know where all the sites are. Like where's all the places that we should go to film, right? Like we've been out here, we've got some recording, we got some stuff over here. Oh no. That's very Skyrim-y. That's good. Let's do that shot. Oops. Okay. To fly and run faster. For slow-mo cinematic shots. Alright, let's try this. I'm gonna set it to 500. Okay, well, that's certainly moving faster. Okay, cool. Now we can travel around. Now we can get... Is there anything this way? Oh, is that the shot? Is that the shot right there? Oh, it's getting too dark now. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, I'm trying to find it. It does that for some reason. Alright, let's go from right here. Start recording. Hide that. hide the console. Okay. All right, let's do this. Quit, yes. All right, let's put on, we're going to organize the footage that we've got now. And we put something on in the background while we watch and organize stuff, yeah. So these guys love Star Trek. And they're going to be talking about Star Trek. And I'm going to be grabbing all of the footage that we got and organizing it.
And now, the conclusion.
My next episode is, we haven't had any matchups so far. So yeah, that's good. I'm kind of curious. Do you have on your list Chain of Command?
I do not.
You do not.
All right. I respect it. I like.
Oh, good. I'm glad you know about Red Letter Media, Flame Age. These are the guys at, like, when I'm working on my writing for the Star Wars project, or when I'm working on anything having to do with like video production. It's these guys that come to mind. It's they've taught me so much. And they have so much to teach everybody else. I wish more people knew about them.
Like it, but it's not.
These are the kind of guys I would have been friends with. Like if I'd have known these guys during high school, we would have been the best friends ever.
Not in my rewatchability.
That's fair, but I think it's got some things that are interesting to talk about.
Absolutely.
Which is why I bring it up. This is the famous "There Are Four Lights" episode of The Next Generation, where Picard is pulled from command of the Enterprise. He's pulled out of the captain's chair by Admiral Bicheyev because they want Picard to go on a secret mission in Cardassian space.
Starfleet intelligence believes that the Cardassians are developing a metagenic weapon.
Oh my God.
And they need Picard, because he's got some knowledge on the subject, to go check this out. So they pull him from command, and then they bring in the villain from RoboCop, Captain Jellicoe, to take over the Enterprise, presumably permanently.
It's not necessary to give Captain Jellicoe command of the Enterprise just to conduct a negotiation.
The Enterprise will be in a dangerous situation, and I want someone on the bridge who has a great deal of experience with the Cardassians. No offense, Commander, but that's not you.
And so then Picard goes on his mission with Crusher and Worf, and it's a trap. The Cardassians, those evil Cardassians, have set a trap to capture Picard, to extract knowledge from him.
Well, it's a good thing they didn't send 3 nobody Starfleet security guards to go on this mission. Instead of the captain of the flagship.
You know what? It would be a lamer episode if it were just a red shirt being tortured.
Well, that's why you send a 20-year-old Bajoran girl into Cardassian space on a secret mission, because they don't come back.
Okay. Anyway, Picard is captured. Picard is tortured, and it's two-parter about torture.
I don't enjoy this, but I must demonstrate. It will make everything.
That guy, the guy that's talking right now, I'll back it up. Close your eyes, and when you hear him talking again, think of Ra's al Ghul from Batman the Animated Series.
It's two-parter about torture.
I don't enjoy this, but I must demonstrate. It will make everything clearer.
I think it's David Warner?
Yes.
Plays the Cardassian?
Yeah. The famous
British character actor.
He's in Star Trek VI, The Undiscovered Country.
Star Trek VI, he was the villain in Tron, but he tortures Picard and interrogates him. And basically, he can't get any information out of Picard, and at some point, he knows that Picard doesn't have any useful information for him, but he just wants to break Picard for the sake of breaking him.
I've just received word. There's been a battle. The Enterprise is burning in space. The invasion of Minos Corva has been successful.
He just wants Picard to admit there are 5 lights when there are in fact 4.
Tell me how many lights you see.
He wants to dominate him.
He wants to utterly dominate him, and he completely dehumanizes Picard. He like, you know, his like daughter comes in the room.
Oh, thank you, Noob Fever. That I was thinking that myself. Like we're making good progress. I feel a little daunted sometimes about some of the projects and the stuff that I've started, especially like with the Unreal Engine stuff. I'm just like, holy crap, there's so much crap to do. But you know, the payoff is going to be worth it. And this is going to be the first of many music videos, hopefully. So I'm trying to do a good job, and then, you know, we'll pick the next game to kind of do a music video on.
At some point, and like, oh yeah, how you doing? And didn't even care that his daughter is witnessing this.
Yeah, we might do that Doom music video next.
This man being horrifically tortured because Picard doesn't. He's just a piece of meat.
But human mothers and fathers don't love their children as we do. They're not the same as we are.
The torturer, David Warner's character, from what I recall, it's all status for them, but on the inside, they're the weakling. They're the scared one. I think from what I recall,
That happens in the episode.
Picard breaks him, basically, because they say, you've gone far enough, David Warner.
Well,
I feel like that one's going to look good, but slowed down. And just like a little part of it, like right there, probably right where those two, just this one, like slow it down to just like right here, to about right here, and just a real slow. And then I could even wipe it, use this as a wipe, so then we'll have a transition wipe over to the next thing. So that's a good idea. Yeah, let's make sure we put that in the name. And then the other thing that I'm going to do is what's the there's another really popular mod pack for Skyrim. It's called like Lore Rim or something. So that's one of the reasons why I'm putting Novus in front of all this, is because we'll probably install some of the other mod packs and get some footage that way too. Novus. This is nighttime, clear sky, will look good slowed down, use transition, use wipe, transition at end. Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, it's you know, people that work on all those mods really every single one of those mods is a labor of love, basically. You know, I'm gonna get this playing, and I'll be back in 90 seconds. I got to take a quick bio.
Admit something that happened when he was a child that scared him. Oh no, this is why he's like explaining why the military is good, because before the military took over Cardassia, everyone was starving and things were terrible, and I was just a scared little boy. And then Picard points out, that's all I'll ever see when I look at you now. You're just a scared little boy.
Whenever I look at you now, I won't see a powerful Cardassian warrior. I will see a 6-year-old boy who is powerless to protect himself.
Be quiet.
Lashing out.
Yeah.
It just infuriates him even more.
Right.
In spite of all you've done to me, I find you a pitiable man.
Picard, stop it.
Captain Jellicoe takes over, and he is not laid back at all. It's like, things are going to be done like this. I want 4 shifts, and you got to get these shifts ready. I want them ready 4 minutes ago. And we're going to work twice as hard. And
give me a couple minutes, y'all. I'm going to take a couple minutes for a bio break, and we'll pick it up again.
Everybody on the Enterprise is used to basically the Enterprise, like before then, it's just like a luxury cruise liner. Everyone just hanging out in bar and doing jazz, and suddenly there's this harsh taskmaster in charge. But I think what's interesting about it to me is normally in like a Star Trek episode, when the new authority figure comes in, it's usually an admiral, but they're always like the bad guy.
Yeah.
They're always evil, and our heroes have to take charge back from this commander who's just, they're off their gourd and they're doing terrible things. But
the Doomsday Machine episode of TOS.
That's the classic one.
The Admiral's nuts, and he's putting everyone in danger because he's just gone bonkers.
But
it's a twist with Jellicoe.
Chain of Command completely subverts that, because everything that Captain Jellicoe does is fucking right.
Mr. Worf, prepare to detonate.
I will agree to your terms.
Excellent.
This episode makes Riker look like such a fucking asshole, because he butts heads specifically with Riker.
Let's drop the ranks for a moment. I don't like you. I think you're insubordinate, arrogant, willful, and I don't think you're a particularly good first officer.
And Riker just comes off looking like this petulant brat.
Well, now that the ranks are dropped, Captain, I don't like you either. You are arrogant and closed-minded. You need to control everything and everyone.
But the truth is that Captain Jellicoe knows exactly how to handle the Cardassians. He knows when to bluff, how to bluff. We got him in the nebula, we got him right where we want him, we're gonna do this. And the sad thing of that episode is when Captain Jellicoe has to come to Riker, because Riker is the best pilot on the ship, and they need a good pilot to lay the mines around the nebula. And he basically has to beg Riker to do his fucking job.
Will you pilot the shuttle, Commander?
Yes. You're welcome.
It's just a very interesting choice that they didn't make Jellicoe the villain. And I'm wondering why they did that, if they just didn't want to just shake up what we normally do with the evil admiral.
Yeah.
I don't know what the thinking was behind it.
Yeah, normally it would be like a more conventional storyline would be Jellicoe's gone power mad because he has the flagship and he's just blowing everybody up. Riker,
Oh no, what Jellicoe's doing is going to start a war. We have to, Commander Riker has to find a way to stop him from really ruining
Worf,
this situation.
remove Captain Jellicoe from the bridge. I'm taking over. We're leaving this situation and we're going to rescue Picard.
Yeah.
But it doesn't work. They let Picard go. Jellicoe solves the problem, and Riker realizes that there are different ways to do things.
The salt in the wound is that Jellicoe even manages to save Picard.
I understand you're holding a Starfleet officer named Jean-Luc Picard. I expect him returned immediately.
Even though he doesn't know, we gotta let Picard die. But even after that, he still manages to save Picard. It is a shame he never came back. The other thing I wonder about this episode, why wasn't this the cliffhanger for season 6? The cliffhanger for season 6 was fucking Descent. Yeah. Probably one of the worst TNG episodes or stories. And this would have been such a good cliffhanger because it similar to Best of Both Worlds, it leaves the question open as to whether or not they're going to shake up the status quo.
Yeah.
Like, maybe they are shaping up Jellicoe to be the new captain. Maybe we won't see Picard again.
I think they had a cliffhanger problem, 6 and 7-ish, because they also had Picard gets kidnapped and turned into a mercenary two-parter. I think that was supposed to be the 6 and 7 two-parter. And then they said, let's do Descent. And let's just put this in as a two-parter.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of, we need something that's really good. What do we got?
You were right, Tamara. The resonator cannot be stopped by phasers and shields.
Number 4, this is an official guilty pleasure episode. It is called Disaster.
Oh God, that's a very wait. No, that one's fine. I thought you were talking about the episode that was Die Hard on the Enterprise.
No. That's a guilty pleasure and a half. That episode, that's okay. I love Disaster. Tapestry was Quantum Leap. Disaster is more or less the Poseidon adventure in space.
Yeah. It's patterned after a classic disaster movie.
Yeah.
It's like the 70s.
Right, exactly. Like Poseidon Adventure or Towering Inferno or movies like that. There's personal drama, there's action, ship tech stuff, and teamwork.
Conflict,
yes. So the episode starts off with Picard. This is another, kind of a famous Picard episode because he's trapped in an elevator with 3 children.
Well then,
This one starts off on the bridge. O'Brien's there, Troy's there. There's a lieutenant lady who's like the highest rank. Because like Miles O'Brien has like no rank.
Always good to meet another Chief Petty Officer, Sergei Rozhenko, formerly of the USS Intrepid.
Miles Edward O'Brien, sir. Good to meet you.
He's the transporter technician.
Yes. And so Picard leaves the bridge with 3 kids who won the science fair contest and gets in the turbolift. And they run into a quantum filament, some sort of space anomaly that fucks the ship up royally. So you have a wonderful little action scene where everything's like shaking and exploding. And you have, I think, is it 4 or 5 different scenarios of survival in different parts of the ship, where there's interpersonal drama and conflict. Most importantly, bridge, 10 forward, Picard in the turbo lift, and then Riker and Data trying to stop the ship from blowing up. And I love it. It's fun. It's adventurous. Oh, and Beverly Crusher and Geordie LaForge in the cargo bay. So there's all these great little moments in it. And, it's not the most thought-provoking episode. It doesn't deal with ethics or, it's just a fun disaster episode that has a lot of nice little details.
Yeah.
And as I rewatched it, I really enjoyed kind of picking up on more details. You start off with, Troy's on the bridge, and I wanted to mention, you talked about chain of command.
Yeah.
After that, she started wearing a proper uniform, because
Jellicoe gave her a dressing down.
Yes, he yelled at her. He's like, "Why are you wearing that?"
I prefer a certain formality on the bridge. I'd appreciate it if you wore a standard uniform when you're on duty.
Put on a fucking uniform.
And eventually Troy takes a test to become a commander, because in this she carries the rank of lieutenant commander, and she doesn't even know it. Miles O'Brien mansplains her own rank to her.
I believe Counselor Troy is the senior officer on the deck.
Okay, sorry about that.
Counselor Troy?
Had to take a break.
She carries the rank of lieutenant commander.
Because she's in command of the Enterprise. She's the ranking officer on the bridge. And so her situation is she's in command, and she's got the Miles O'Brien, the by the numbers, by the books guy, and she's got the wild card, Ensign Rowe, former terrorist.
Who just wants to let everybody blow up.
Who's like, fucking separate the ship. The other half of the ship's gonna blow up. Fuck those people.
But that's damn cold-blooded. What about the people down there?
There's no evidence that anyone is still alive in the drive section.
No evidence they're dead either.
She diverts power from the phasers into the bridge terminal, and O'Brien's like, "What are you doing? That's dangerous."
I diverted power from the phaser array, and I dumped it into the engineering control system.
You what?
There's this wonderful part, because this is the episode where Worf delivers Keiko O'Brien's baby in 10 Forward. And it's a humorous, lighthearted scene. He's like, he did the simulation. He's all right, well, the baby should be coming out now. And she's like, "It doesn't work that way, Worf." But in the beginning, Keiko's standing there and she's like, "Here's my baby," And Riker's like, "Oh, you should name him William after me." And Data's like, "Can I touch the belly?" Everybody's interested in the baby. But the way the shot is framed, Worf is standing there with his arms folded, like just looking elsewhere. He has no interest whatsoever. He does not give a shit. And so, as fate would have it, he's the one who delivers the baby in a matter of hours. So it's this wonderful little touch. And then you have, and this is probably me reading in way too much, but you have Beverly Crusher nagging Geordi to be in her play. He's like, I don't sing. I don't like doing this. I don't want to do it. Leave me alone. I'm working. And she's like, come on. So I like the little touch of everyday life on the Enterprise. You know, Beverly Crusher's always trying to do plays. She's bored. But it turns out Geordi's hesitant to do an activity that involves singing, which is lungs.
I am the very model of a modern major general. I have information, vegetable, animal, and mineral. No, I can't do
Yes,
this.
you can.
I cannot sing in front of people.
You were terrific.
Breath. Breathing capacity.
Oh my God, you're right. You're right, that's perfect.
Who's the first that passes out when they're run out of oxygen, right?
Yeah.
Geordi. Who's the one who makes it over the control panel? Beverly Crusher, who also is a skilled tap dancer.
Okay.
She tap dances her way over to the control panel and can still maintain breath because she exercises her lungs in her place. So their character flaws are showed during that. I'm like, oh yeah, she made it over there. She's good on her feet. She's the dancing doctor, as they say, right? That was a little character arc for Geordi to maybe try singing a little more. He doesn't have the best lung capacity. But their problem is they have a plasma fire, and then they have big canisters
That looks
of
really good.
rocket or jetpack fuel.
The corundum in those containers is used in emergency thruster packs. It's normally pretty stable stuff, but when you expose corundum to radiation, there's a way of exploding.
That are just in the cargo bay. So it's neat. We don't know what's in those canisters, and so it's like, and then Picard.
Yeah, the
Picard's
lighting
like,
there's
okay,
really
you know,
good.
We got to get some cabling. Okay, little girl, hit 2 buttons, then hit the button below it, right? And that'll release the panel. Like all those little tiny technical details. Like Picard knows, all these Starfleet officers know which buttons to hit that'll make these things happen. They've memorized it all. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
And that makes the control panel come out music, pull out all the optical cabling. We're going to use that as a rope. So the guts of the ship, all the details, all those wonderful things that you don't see in Discovery. Everyone's yelling and exploding things. And it's just that kind of stuff that I like, the personal drama.
You can't let wishful thinking guide your decision, Counselor. It's time to leave.
We will separate the ship when I decide that it's time and not before. Is that clear, Ensign?
The action-adventure element of it, the survival, how do we survive this situation, and technical stuff. Because then Riker and Data have to get to engineering. And
Riker take Data's head with him at some point.
yes,
Yeah,
there's an electrical beam that they need to break the circuit on, so they need a non-conductive material. And Data's like, that's my body. You could take off my head and bring it to engineering.
You want me to take off your head?
Yes, sir.
And we'll figure out what the problem is. So it's like a bunch of wild stuff happening in this episode.
That's a quality pick. I haven't thought about that episode in a while, but that's a quality pick.
Yeah.
Characters doing things that are out of their wheelhouse. Yeah.
Troy is thrust into the command chair, and you know,
in her mind, she's just there to be the counselor. Never thought she'd have to be never thought she'd ever have to make a command decision.
So she's asking about the quantum filament, and Miles O'Brien explains it. And she's like, so it's like a cosmic string, and he's like, no.
No, that's a completely different phenomenon.
That's an entirely different phenomenon. And then this is purely for the audience sake.
Okay, we're gonna get rid of this one
We've got a problem.
To ask dumb questions, but
because I don't like the fact that she's doing that in the rain.
Having a containment breach in engineering, and
It's
Troy's like,
incongruous.
what happened
If it falls to 15%, the field will collapse. And we'll have a containment breach.
Which means?
And Rose like, the ship will explode.
Which means the ship will explode.
You know, that's totally for the sake of the audience, but I think everybody in Starfleet should understand what a warp core breach means.
A containment breach. Even those little kids in the elevator shaft understand what a containment breach means.
I see. That's very, very commendable.
Troy has a problem, you know. She has a decision to make. No one's in engineering. The containment field is failing. If it gets down beneath 15%, the ship will blow up. Is anyone alive down there even? Who knows? Why don't we separate the ship? At least the people in the saucer section will be okay. They don't make mention on how they're going to get away. I don't think the impulse engines were working. Whatever. And then Troy's like, no, you know, I got to make the call. Let's hold out. Let's see if we can get some power down there to the terminals. You know, everybody kind of, even though they're all in different parts of the ship, they all find a way to work together, get out of their own little situation. It's the Poseidon adventure in space, and it's just wonderful. It's just a rewatchable episode.
That's a quality pick. I didn't even think to rewatch that one. I just haven't thought about that episode in a while. But no, you're reminding me of it. That's a good episode.
It falls in line with kind of that one where the Enterprise keeps blowing up over and over again.
Speaking of the one where the Enterprise keeps blowing up over and over again,
take it away, Rich.
My fourth pick is Cause and Effect, which in my eyes is the ultimate space anomaly episode.
Yeah.
Cause and Effect is a wonderful time loop episode where at the beginning of the episode, quite shockingly, the first thing that happens is the fucking Enterprise just blows up and everyone is on the bridge panicking.
All hands abandon ship! Repeat! All hands abandon...
I saw that live on TV, and I ran to tell my mom. I said, Mom, the Enterprise just blew up. And she gave 2 shits.
And then we have the credits. And then after the credits, everything is just normal. I think the first thing we see is like the poker game. Is that the first thing we see? It's like one of the running things through TNG was that Riker hosts poker games every week. And they're just playing poker, and they have some like vague feelings of deja vu. Geordi goes to the sick bay. He's got a problem with was it a headache or his visor?
Yeah, headache.
And then Crusher's like, have you come in for this before? He's like, nah, I don't think so.
Something wrong, Mr. Worf?
I am experiencing...
Hey, Ryan, what's up?
The feeling I've done this before.
I've been having the same feeling. Wait.
We're working on the Skyrim music video.
And then they're playing poker again. And they're having more deja, and this loop just keeps continuing.
Yeah, this is 2 years of growth. I might cut it soon. I might need to probably trim it up and lose a little bit for some job interviews, but I don't know. Maybe it doesn't matter as much as it used to. But yeah, everybody seemed to like it. I was balding up here, and I was just kept telling myself, no, you're not getting hair plugs. Just shave your head and grow a beard, and I did. So, I am Nexius the White. Yeah, I'm gonna get back in touch with John as when I release this video. Actually, I had a bunch of health issues, and I couldn't really maintain any relationships with folks. I was too busy taking care of myself. So I want to get John's reaction to this music video as soon as it's done. And then we'll start doing some collabs together. Well, thanks, Ryan. I'm glad to be around. A lot of people's comments, like you coming in to say hi. and drop a line like that, that means a lot to me. That's why I'm back here producing more content, because people like you really seem to enjoy it, and I find it very fulfilling that you folks appreciate the content this much, that you'd come by and say something and see how I'm doing. So that's why I'm still doing it. In fact, we'll give you a quick little preview of the Skyrim music video, so you can see it's in the editor here. And I'm still chopping in and putting in all the different parts. These parts right here, it changes, so you can like there's a color change, so I can make sure that it goes along with the music, so it'll just flash with the music. Right here, I'm gonna have to put maybe I'll put like some I don't know what I'm going to put here. I don't know yet. It could be maybe it needs to be like some battle stuff, some people fighting or something, because it's like the part where the music's really bang. Anyway, I'll shut up. We can watch this first part. I'll let it play out till about like right here, so you can just kind of get an idea. And we're yeah, I'll shut up and let it play, so you'll get the idea. There's enough of it here for you to get the idea. So here we go. So it's a really good song that we got permission to use, and I'm trying to do it justice. So we're installing a bunch of different. We've got a mod pack installed called Novus. This thing, like here's a link to it. And this thing it's like a mod pack with like 2,500 different mods in it. And we've got it installed right now, and we're checking out things in Skyrim and getting footage, and we're recording that stuff. And we're also going to install. There's another mod pack called Lorem that we'll probably install in the next couple of days and do the same thing. Oh, DaVinci Resolve's like it. It's I like it better than Vegas. I switched off of DaVinci. I switched off of Vegas because Vegas at this point is just a dated program, and the industry has moved on to things like DaVinci Resolve, and I really like it. It wasn't too hard to pick up from learning Vegas, and it's got a lot of time saving stuff in it too. It's got a lot of I like how like the marker system here, I can choose different colors from the markers and leave notes and everything. So as you can see, like I put it to good use. Oh yeah, Adobe was king for a long time. I know they've run afoul recently of some of like their crazy ideas about licensing. But yeah. Anyway, so that's what we're doing. We're basically oscillating between going in game and getting footage, and then bringing it in here and chopping it down and see where it can go in the playlist. So I'm going to we're watching some Red Letter Media, which is a YouTube channel that I really like. That they talk about film production, and they're big film fans, and how to the nuts and bolts that go into making a good movie, and they're huge nerds. So they're talking about Star Trek in their in the video. Let's see, where is it? Yeah, it's this one right here. So we're just watching this as I record stuff in Skyrim, then then chop it up, put it in the editor. Oh, you actually work in the film industry. Oh, that's awesome. What do you do in the film industry? What they got you doing? I'm 100% independent. Because I'm independent of everything. I'm also independent of producers' money. I am poor. But there's so much. There's like the amount of tooling, the amount of tooling that is now available. I'm happy to be working on these little film projects because I think people are going to be amazed at how far along you can get now with video production stuff. The tools that I have available to me, Unreal Engine, DaVinci Resolve. It's just crazy. There used to have to be entire like companies and departments dedicated to the stuff that I can do with a couple of clicks in DaVinci Resolve or Unreal Engine these days. Oh, that's awesome. How did you break into the industry? Did you ended up going to a school and making some connections that way, or did you like just apply online or something like that? Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how, because that union, like Hollywood's got all that overhead with that union stuff, right? Which, you know, from your perspective, it's absolutely great. But I worry, especially like with the writers stuff, like, and I know that's a different guild. I know that's a different union, but I know that like the writers thing is a perfect example. Like they argued to get like more writers employed, but because of that, there will ultimately be less writers employed because they're like, you need to have 10 writers on every production. It's like, well, what if you don't need 10 writers? What if the thing that you're doing only really needs 3 writers? You mean I got to hire 7 more people and just give them busy work? You know what I mean? So that's a double-edged thing there. Yeah, and what's really sad about the AI thing, is that instead like AI, like the stuff that I can do in DaVinci Resolve, okay, it can like key out a mask for me like you wouldn't believe, like moving around like this and all that kind of stuff. You can just like, you do like a stroke here and a stroke here, and then you hit a button to engage the AI tool, and it'll do what used to be 60 hours worth of work, just manually keyframing a mask, right? It just does it all instantly now, right? So there's 60 hours in a project that I would have had to have done earlier, but now it's saved. What are people doing with that extra time? It's like, okay, so you saved all this time with the AI tools. What did you put your extra times towards? It's like, and sadly what they're doing is they're just letting the AI do all of it. And then they're not letting the artist like build on top of what the AI started or blending it. They're just taking what the AI spits out and then just using it, which is just a complete lack of imagination, if you ask me. Like, I think AI is great. Like, you should, like, if you hang out, like, you'll see how I use AI all the time. I use AI to like tell me what the commands are, and I get it to explain stuff to me about Unreal Engine, and I use it to search up things and explain stuff. Like, you know, I even ask it like, you know, health questions and things like that. But what I don't do is I don't tell it to just make me something and then use what the AI made me. Oh, that's good, Ryan. I'm glad you got to meet Swifty. I gotta get back in touch with the guy. I gotta make a video basically like explaining like, hey, you know, didn't really have a falling out or anything. Nexius was just in poor health, and he didn't. He isolates when he's not feeling good. Because if I feel bad, then you know I might take it out on somebody. So I typically isolate when I'm not feeling good, and I didn't feel very good for a couple of years. But I'm better now, and I'm trying to get back in touch with people. Okay. Yeah, man, I'll have to get back in touch with John. We'll make some more content. I'm not really interested in making like WoW content again, but we can get the band back together. It'll be interesting. I'm a very, very different person from those days, sadly. Well, I don't know, sadly. I mean, I just somewhere along the way I grew up. Oh man. No, you know, it's weird when it comes to entertainment for me. Like, I feel like I basically beat Magic the Gathering, and I had this. I was playing in Seattle, and it was a place where a lot of the people that typically win the tournaments and stuff play. And I had built this deck that basically like shattered. This was back when Callblade was a thing. I built a deck that was like 1/10 of the cost of what Callblade was. This is back when you had Jace the Wind Sculptor and all that kind of stuff. So I had actually built a deck that beat Callblade, and it broke the meta. But then, like a week into me using it and winning tournaments with it, they banned Jace the Mind Sculptor and the Callblades, so and the Stoneforge Mystic or whatever it was. So my thing for me was that was always Magic the Gathering for me. It's like, okay, I get that people net deck. I understand why. I get that you know, you need to learn the deck and you need to pilot it so you can learn the ins and outs and all that other kind of stuff. But for me, Magic was always trying to find something that broke the meta. That was basically like, okay, everybody's doing this. There's 12 net decks. Let's make a 13th one and mop the floor with everybody. That was always Magic to me, and I did it. I actually fucking did it, and it was back when, because they hadn't even banned any cards for like a decade and a half, right? So I just don't see the point in to be able to build a deck like that. Like, you have to know the meta in and out. So the amount of time that I would need to reinvest back into the game to learn the current meta, and then get familiar enough with the cards to turn around and build something. I mean, it would probably be easier to do now because you've got like Magic MTG Arena. And I know Magic Online sucked for so long. Like, talk about like missing the boat, especially like with Hearthstone and everything. Like, imagine how much better Wizards of the Coast would have been if Magic the Gathering, if they had released MTG Arena like shortly after Hearthstone. I got some sweat in my eyes. I'll be right back. I'm gonna wipe my face.
Continuing where they go through the same day over and over again, only just every time there's an increasing feeling of deja vu, to the point where they realize something is wrong and they don't know what. And I just love the way in this episode they have to just figure out what's going on when their memory basically just gets erased every time they go through it.
It's all because Kelsey Grammer crashed his ship into this.
Well, that's a weird aspect of this episode. Just Kelsey Grammer comes in out of nowhere on a 100-year-old starship.
He was stuck in the loop too.
Yeah.
And I don't know how he didn't figure it out after 100+ years, but it was a wonderful cameo. Kelsey Grammer says, "I want to be in Star Trek."
You get that a lot in Star Trek. A lot of people are Trekkies, and they just want to show up in some form.
Yeah.
Christian Slater is in
Star Trek 6, The Undiscovered Country.
Yeah.
Mick Fleetwood, the drummer, Fleetwood Mac.
Oh yeah. Where's he at?
You'll never even guess.
Oh my God, is he under like some bizarre alien makeup?
Do you remember the fish people that had to be stuck in those tanks of salt?
That's Fleetwood Mac.
Well, it's not the whole band.
Yeah.
It's just Mick Fleetwood. Iggy Pop appears in Deep Space Nine as a Vorta.
Perhaps one day, the Ferengi will take their place as valued members of the Dominion.
Anything's possible.
Whoopi Goldberg, that was basically, I'm a fan, I want to be in it. It was a bit more than a cameo. I mean, they give her a fucking part. But
Stephen Hawking.
yeah, hologram Stephen Hawking. I don't have much else special to say about it other than it just, for a classic, it's just a really well done classic space anomaly episode.
Yeah, I really like the visual effects too. There's some the visual effects just got so.
Yeah, that was pretty much it, Ryan. I find a way and they nerf it. So, that's my story of why I don't play Magic the Gathering anymore. I as far as I can tell, I beat Magic the Gathering. I just didn't get to prove it. You just have to take my word for it. It was a poison deck. It was nasty. The best part about it was people getting pissed. Where they're like, poison's cheap. It's like, you're running Callblade, motherfucker. Fucking Callblade. And you want to talk to me about cheap.
So good towards the end. Like you have the Naked Now episode where they all get the drunk disease.
Yeah.
And then Wesley Crusher uses.
Okay, so now I'm basically chopping down some of this stuff, and we're gonna see where it works. I feel like once I get done chopping this down, we're gonna load up Skyrim again, and I want to try to load in like some characters or something, and see if I can't get footage of like either wildlife or magical creatures or something like that.
It's the tractor beam to push the asteroid into the ship, so it blows up.
Wesley Crusher.
And it looks so bad, but this, when that Miranda class ship comes out of the spatial anomaly,
the time anomaly, yeah,
scrapes up against the warp nacelle and just blows up. I mean, it's awesome. It's awesome. Those models and the effects later on were awesome. My favorite TNG episode of all time is the Beverly Crusher Harlequin romance novel episode.
You prick.
I'm just kidding.
You lying prick.
Okay, so this is a deep cut, and it's my favorite one because we haven't mentioned one of our favorite characters, Lieutenant Reginald Barclay. It's the Nth Degree.
Which Barclay episode was that?
It is the one where Barclay becomes the smartest human being who ever existed.
Lieutenant, you could very well be the most advanced human being who has ever lived.
It's all Barclay, all the time, and it's just a wonderful little character episode that has humor, action, an interesting sci-fi premise.
Now, for people who don't know Star Trek, who is Barclay and why is he special?
I guess the question is whether Mr. Barclay is Enterprise material.
Barclay is a man who lives in the 24th century, and apparently they have not found a cure for Asperger's. He is a smart, competent Starfleet officer, but he's incredibly socially awkward.
Your preliminary report had a couple of interesting theories, Reg.
And nervous.
Why don't you bring us all up to speed on your findings so far?
Yes. It wasn't a maintenance problem.
And I guess there's no medication for that either in the 24th century. You can't take an antidepressant or some Valium or something. He previously had a holodeck addiction because he hated his normal life, so he escaped to the holodeck.
Riker, you're nothing but a pretty mannequin in a fancy uniform. You're full of hot air. Picard has a problem with me. You tell him to come and talk to me himself.
Where he like punches Riker and he sleeps with the women on of the Starship Enterprise, and he becomes addicted to the holodeck. But he's an awkward guy and nobody likes him, except for Geordi kind of tolerates him.
It's a wonderful contrast, like everybody else you ever see on Star Trek, because every character on Star Trek is just confident and smart and intelligent and professional.
No, sir. We'll have to shut off some systems. We'll shut them down a few at a time. It shouldn't. I don't think so.
Barclay, it works for Barclay because he's such a contrast to
that. And that's why a lot of times side characters to me, even in Next Gen, are more interesting. Because you had that kind of clumsy Sonia Gomez character, and that she spills the coffee on Picard.
Oh, no! Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, Captain.
You have Guinan. There's characters that are not. Either are Starfleet or aren't. They're interesting because they have quirks. Like Riker to me is dull. Geordi's a little dull. Crusher's dull.
I think Riker only exists because they wanted to back up Kirk.
Yeah.
If their experiment with the weird bald diplomat didn't work, we've got Kirk 2.0 waiting in the wings.
The hotshot ladies man who runs around and punches people. Yeah, no, I know that. I'm well aware of that. But yeah, Barclay is off the charts, and it starts with. It opens with Barclay is in one of Dr. Crusher's plays, Cyrano de Bergerac, where he is fumbling his way through his performance. He's terrible. He keeps fucking up, forgetting his lines, and everyone's just like uncomfortable.
He does not know. Not yet. But he is proud, noble, brave.
And he's a fuck up. He's a royal fuck up, and then. They have to go fix the Argus array.
Is that where you get the data? Why is everybody clapping?
Yes.
Because it's polite.
Yeah. Lieutenant Barclay's performance was adequate, but clearly not rooted in the method approach. I do not understand
Data, because it's polite.
Because it's polite. Like Worf and Geordi like side-eye each other. Oh my God. And then the plot starts, the Argus array is this giant space array that sends communications around, and it's going to blow up, basically, and they don't know, they got to try to fix it. Geordi and Barclay go out in a shuttlecraft to take a look, and there's a weird space.
Okay, which one do you guys think looks better? This one right here. Let me play. I'll mute this music. This one right here. It's pretty bright. You can see a little bit of the fade in over here for like the trees. It's bright. It looks very clear and crisp. Okay. Or this one. It's a little bit darker. Things are a little more washed out. But the water is so much more pronounced. I'm kind of leaning towards that one. I think I like this one better than I like this one. Yeah, the one with the water. Like, this looks great, don't get me wrong, but the water on the other one's good, yeah. Okay, well, we'll get rid of this one. And we'll leave that one. Okay. Okay, so we're going to... Wait, what? Okay, that's what I thought. There we go. Okay, I knew I screwed something up. All right, so we're going to leave that one there. Okay. I feel like we need some text. It's got to be like S Beast is the name of the guy whose music that we're using, so we need to showcase him. So it needs to be like Nexius presents and this guy's song, basically. It's going to be his song, Sons of Skyrim, I guess. Okay. All right, well, let's see. Let's see. Give me a list of commands to spawn in various creatures from Skyrim. Make sure to have an ice, flame elemental, the Spriggans, other things like that. Ice Wraith, Flame Spirit. Nature Spirits and Forest Creatures, Spriggan. Okay, what is the command? TAI, and the same thing to turn it back on again. Oh, TCAI still allows movement and dialogue. Okay. All right, well, let's move this over here. What I really wish, like it's not, there seems to be like a first person camera that's being used, like look at like the head bob and stuff is like, that looks really good. I wonder if there's a way to recreate that. And is that a mod doing it, or did he just do that in? Seems like he's doing that in game. It's got a good walking motion, yeah. Okay.
Probe there, floating around, and it sends a blast of energy. It doesn't get into Geordi's brain because he's blind and he has his thing, but it gets into Barclay's brain, and then he changes. Little things start building up. The big first thing is an action scene.
The probe is following. Options number one. We can't use photon torpedoes. An explosion this close could cripple us.
The Enterprise is being attacked and chased by the space probe. Do you remember this?
Vaguely.
It's one of my favorite shots of the Enterprise.
I remember the ending clearly.
Yeah, the Enterprise does a full about, and it kind of turns and leaves. It's one of my favorite shots of the Enterprise D. And Worf's just like, phasers, nothing's working. We got to hit it with 10 photon torpedoes, but it's so close, the blast is going to blow us up too. And then basically Barclay just says, get out of the way, Geordi. I'm just going to do this myself. I can enhance the shield by 10 times their strength. You know, he basically saves the ship. And Geordi's like, I don't know how the hell he did that. And then, so you have this great performance from Dwight Schultz, the A-Team guy.
Yeah.
Where he has to play clumsy, awkward, bad actor, but then...
What the devil is he doing there among us? Philosopher, scientist, poet, musician, duelist. Here lies Hercule Savignan, the Cyrano de Bergerac.
He does the scene from Cyrano, and he moves Dr. Crusher to tears with his acting. It's not the perfect parallel for the TNG episode, story-wise, but it is a nice little framing device, because in the Cyrano de Bergerac play, you know, he's an ugly guy with a big nose, and he's smart and, you know, thoughtful on the inside, but on the outside he's ugly. And then there's this other guy, Christian, I think, who's kind of more handsome, and he's wooing this lady. But Cyrano de Bergerac's writing the letters for him, and she's impressed by his mind and his thoughts, but she doesn't know it's the ugly guy writing the letters.
The whole episode reminds me of a story called Flowers for Elgeron, I think is the name of the story. Basically, they did this scientific experiment on this man who's kind of slow, he's not very intelligent, and they do this experiment, and suddenly he's super smart and confident and suave and good with the ladies. And it just reminds me of that story.
Yeah.
Ever since our run-in with that probe, something's different about you.
What? Because I'm beginning to behave like the rest of the crew? With confidence in what I'm doing?
So they say his IQ is like 1,400 or some 1,200 to 1,400, somewhere in that range. She's like, you're the smartest human being who's ever lived.
So it's not just raw intelligence we're talking about here.
No.
What?
Creativity, resourcefulness, inspiration, imagination, they've all been enhanced.
And yeah, so then he saves the Argus array. He figures out a way to fix it quickly. He's just blowing past everybody. They're worried about him, you know, but then Picard's like, is there any danger, you know?
That approach would require much more time than our original plan. At least 7 weeks. I could have it ready for you in 2 days. What?
His brain works so fast, he can't use the computer interfaces. So he has to create like this throne room chair in the holodeck.
Oh,
where
is
he
it
could
gone?
like interact directly with the computer via his brain, through lasers through his brain.
And
What happened to the
becomes
game?
The Enterprise.
He basically becomes the Enterprise computer. So he goes out of control, and Picard's like, okay, we can't, if we disconnect him from that, he'll die. And Picard's like, do it. I can't have a crazy man running my ship, right? And then, so the whole premise is that a highly advanced space alien from the other side of the galaxy doesn't go out exploring, they bring people to them via this technology that makes everyone so smart, they take control of the ship, bring it out there.
It's the most inefficient way to study the galaxy.
Yeah, I think it's pretty efficient. Bring them to you. So it has the seek out new life, new civilizations. They have a nice first contact with this alien, and then he gets brought back to his normal self after the whole adventure is over.
Yeah. Yes, it definitely crashed. I thought that maybe it was running in the background or something like that. I'm just I think I'm just at a stopping point. Like we got a bunch of great footage. Let me just look at all this stuff real quick. And we swapped out one of the things at the beginning that was given me that I was getting miffed about. That one, we added this. That looks really good. For all the different characters. And then we basically got we got a nice shot here of someone doing some cooking. And then we got a bunch of landscape stuff. Like this one turned out pretty good. This one turned out really good, especially because it's not like super clear out. It's kind of overcast and stuff, so the lighting on this is just perfect. That's really good. And then a couple of shots. These big sweeping establishing shots. And this showcases all the different lighting. So we've got like great stuff that just needs to be spliced in here. So, and then we're gonna chop all this. We're only gonna use like 1/10 of everything that's right here because it's all gonna fit there. So we just got to keep doing. We just got to keep doing this process. I think what I'm gonna do is I'll spend another day or two gathering footage with this mod pack, and then what we'll do is we'll install. I think it's Lorem. Yeah. Lorem, the 3rd chapter. Complete overhaul of Skyrim Anniversary Edition. Here we go.
Hey guys, Big E here, and I wanted to make a video talking about what exactly Lorem is, and I thought on wield pairing, so it's kind of hard to show now because I just have a dagger, but and just again, oh, because they don't have enough gold.
Looks pretty good.
Windhelm is going to be massively expanded, even starting from the bridge out. Kind of.
Can you spare any coin?
No.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to try this out too to get some footage of it. We're basically at a stopping point though, and I've been going for. Let's see. We put a good 5 hours in, so I'm kind of at my limit when it comes to like focus. I think what I'm gonna do is I'll kick back and we'll play some like some Baldur's Gate 3 or something like that. I'm getting to the point where like I'm tired and I'm not thinking as clearly as I do when I'm fresh. So I think we're just gonna kick back. I'm gonna grab something to drink real quick. I'll play some Baldur's Gate 3, I guess. I tried to play a little bit yesterday. I wasn't feeling it. Maybe I'll feel better about it today. I wasn't feeling too good yesterday. Everything was off. It was just one of those days I woke up on the wrong side of the bed. Okay, so let's save this. Save project. Okay. And we will come back to this again tomorrow. And let's leave this up here and actually bookmark it for Lorem. Okay. And then there's Nolus. We got it. Okay. All right. Let me go put this on.
Have you guys noticed how
quiet? Where is the thing? What happened to Mike and Jay? I guess it's on a different thing. This one right here. There we go.
How do you feel now?
Okay, let me go grab a drink real quick. And then we'll play some Baldur's Gate 3 or something.
Smaller. Just plain old Barkley, huh?
And then at the very end, there's a little cute sitcom ending where he walks past the chessboard, you know?
Oh.
And he moves a chess piece, and he's like, checkmate, Nate moves. I think it's Troy who says, I didn't know you play chess. And he's like, I don't.
That's almost a guilty pleasure.
The episode is not like the best episode of Star Trek The Next Generation. I mean, it is on my list.
But it's your favorite.
It's one of my favorites. It's hard to pick a favorite. I would say it could be tied with a couple others, I'm not sure, but really, I really love it because it checks all these boxes to me. I love the leisure time on the Enterprise where they socialize and they have plays and poetry readings and then you got that ending where Worf and the security guards are trying to blow him up with phasers, and it's just ridiculous. It's ridiculously fun science fiction episode, and it has a great performance by Dwight Schultz where he transforms into another character.
I would be sad if none of our top fives had a Barkley episode, so I'm glad you picked that one.
And a lot of your top fives are mine too. Like you said, it's very hard to pick top five.
Very hard.
You must trust me.
Okay, so similar to you, I think my favorite all-time episode of Star Trek is not one of your obvious choices, like your Inner Lights or your Chain of Command, Best of Both Worlds. My favorite episode of Star Trek is probably most people think is a pretty standard episode, but considering I like standard Star Trek, that's probably not too shocking. It is Who Watches the Watchers, which is an episode where there is this outpost on a planet that is studying these proto-Vulcans. They're this alien race. They're still pretty primitive. They're like Bronze Age, Stone Age, not a little over Stone Age, but they're not very advanced. They don't know anything about space travel, and some Federation anthropologists are studying them. They've got this holographic projector that's covering up this little watchtower base they've got in this little rocky hill area, but it's malfunctioning. It needs this engineering assistance from the Enterprise to get the holo projectors back on, or else the locals will see it, and the Enterprise doesn't get there in time.
We're on our way.
In fact, there's like an explosion, and some of the locals on this primitive planet, they see this strange phenomena going.
Okay, we've got we got everything settled then. We do some more Baldur's Gate 3. I'm too tired to do an action game, Doom or anything like that. Yeah, let's just play Baldur's Gate 3. Okay, so we just saved the Grove by killing all of the goblins. We murdered all of them. And nothing solves problems quite like violence. I guess we can take a long rest. We need to talk to people. What's this guy doing?
You think you saved us? You just prolonged the inevitable.
Okay.
Sooner or later, other outsiders will bring trouble to the Grove.
All right. Well, they're not singing our praises apparently.
I wasn't sure about you at first. Thought you might be trouble. I was very wrong.
Oh, okay, they like us. What about you?
We're free of the goblins, but the grove is changed. Wounded. The days ahead won't be easy. I'm glad we have Halsin to...
Okay, well that's not really much of a change in gameplay. There's a bird. What about this guy?
I hear the goblin leaders met their ends. Unfortunate for them, but very fortunate for the grove.
Okay. Personal quest, embrace your potential. Okay, I guess it's time to travel through the Underdark. Almost got all this Druid's Grove stuff. Great floor for help the Tieflings are celebrating victory. Time to have. Oh, that's right. We gotta make a camp. We gotta camp. So if we enter camp, there should be special dialogue things here. Maybe. Well, there's a magic mirror over there. Can you go over there? What's this magic mirror do? Is it going to change character appearance? Yes, it's changed character appearance. I think it's fun.
My friend! How do you fare?
Okay, so let's trade. He's got some gold. Tasteful boots. Padded armor 11. Oh, that's the stuff he was wearing. Hide armor, rare medium armor. Okay, let's give that to Starion. Dagger, mace. Brown leather gloves. The bedroll doesn't really do anything, I guess. Hey, Forbidden One. Yes, this is the one and only, the real Nexius. There we go. You just missed. We're working on a bunch of video stuff, so we worked on some Unreal Engine tutorial stuff, and then we recorded a bunch of footage for the Skyrim music video, and then we edited some of it, and now we're just kicking it because we've been at it for 5 hours now, and we're starting to wind down. Yeah, the shade. I guess I could start wearing the shades again. You gotta change the brightness on the screen though. Because it gets dark with those shades on all the time. It's hard to the contrast. It's hard.
Watch your back.
Okay, what's he got there? Spider silk armor, advanced +1 to stealth checks. And this is armor class 14. Oh, it's a medium armor. What is he proficient in? Simple weapon, armor. He's proficient in light armor, so he can't wear that. Okay. What is he proficient in? Light armor and shields. Okay. What's she got? Medium armor. Okay, so she might actually need to put that on. So he's the one who's got it. Let's send that over to her. Okay, so that's armor class 15. Armor class 14. So that's actually the higher. Balance gain 1 bonus to dexterity, 30% chance, and for sure gain +1 to initiative rolls. Okay. Thanks, Forbidden One. I appreciate it. This is the beard is my consolation prize for succumbing to male pattern baldness. At least I look good with the shaved head and the beard.
Let us have words.
Yes, my friend?
We're still trading stuff for you. All right. Short sword, long sword. Wine goblet. He's got a ton of scrolls on him. Okay, well that seems good.
Still alive, so that's
okay.
Progress.
I think we can rest. Oh, there we go. This is what I was expecting. I was waiting for these people to show up.
No, an owl
Best be on my way.
Now we get to chat with everybody.
Toddlers are easier to please than you lot.
Oh, you still got your hair? Well, I honestly like the way I look with hair too. So you know, if I was made of unlimited money, then maybe I would have gotten hair plugs or something. But you know, I just realized that no, at least you've got the right shaped head. So I got a good shaped head to shave it all off. So and then I never thought it would get this long. This is my first beard. I mean, I grew a mustache, and I had like a goatee for a little while, but it's like I had no idea that I could grow something like this. It's 2 years of just letting it grow, and I've trimmed it up a little bit. I've taken off like an inch here and there. But everybody loves it. I always get compliments on it. I knew that there were ladies out there that liked bald men with beards, but I didn't know there were ladies out there that really like bald men with beards. So there's that too. Yeah, I worry that, like, I guess I was joking with a friend of mine because I recently got laid off, and I was joking with a friend of mine at work, or at my former work, because they were talking. He was like, "I can't believe they laid you off this, that, and the other." And I said, "Well, maybe it was the beard," and he laughed so hard. So I guess it's it's not that big of a deal anymore. You can, like, I don't have any tattoos or anything. It just, is it too much? Do I need to trim it for? I guess I should talk to a recruiter about this. I'll have to, if I'm doing some video conferencing for some remote work, maybe I gotta, take off a couple inches or something. Okay. Well, let's talk to all the devils. I mean the tieflings.
Patience? Have you no respect for showmanship?
Having performance issues, Roland?
Hush you. And...
Thank you, Forbidden One.
Adoring applause? You're too kind.
Remember when he could barely cast that?
They grow up so fast.
Never have I met such troglodytes. Now, pass the wine.
Are Roland and Leah actually getting along? I know you cut down a horde of goblins, but this is far more impressive.
Look at them. How happy they are. We did that. Yeah. Don't tell Roland, but his magic show might be the highlight. He's been doing them since we were little. He'll make it big in Baldur's Gate. I know it.
Yeah, hopefully it makes me look wise enough to land a job somewhere. I'm sure my resume looks stellar. I'm sure I'll get hired on. It's just a matter of time. I'd feel better if I already had a gig, but it is what it is.
Sherry! That's infernal for cheers. Or possibly turnip.
Very dearly.
Yes.
Are you planning to share the last of that wine?
A video of a guy hiding his beard. You could post it here in the YouTube chat. I won't mod you. If it lets you post it in the YouTube, I don't know if it will.
Go on now, don't waste a night like this talking to me. We'll have plenty of time together on the way to Moonrise.
I like how it's still covered in blood and everything.
In truth, I rarely imbibe. The stuff goes right to my head. Before you know it, I'd be breaking into song or declaring love to the first person I laid eyes on. I'm sure there are. You strike me as extremely resourceful. But there are many grateful people here who want to spend time with you. I must not keep you all to myself, as enjoyable as that may be.
Wait, what?
Go on, enjoy yourself. Seek out some wine before it runs dry.
Phoebus put it best.
There are a lot of thirsty people around here.
The dialogue can be left open to interpretation. There's a lot of opening to interpretation here.
This might be the wine talking, but I'm feeling inspired. Thinking of writing my next song about you. But I need an angle. Any ideas? One raunchy ballad coming up.
Oh, we wants to talk to him now.
You know, I never pictured myself as a hero. Never thought I'd be the one they'd toast for saving so many lives. And now that I'm here, hate it. This is awful. Enjoy myself. There's a worm in my brain, hunters on my trail, and all I've got to drink is wine that tastes like vinegar. That means I have to survive tonight. And this party.
Well, he's a party
All I
pooper, isn't he?
want is a little fun. Is that so much to ask? By the hells. Sex, my dear. A night of passion. Let's wait until things quieten down. Once the others are asleep, we'll find each other.
Let's maybe
Never
not.
listen to your second thoughts. They always spoil the fun. But fine, if you're determined to ruin your evening, I won't stop you.
Okay. Well, I'm flattered and everything. But yeah, I just don't, you know, I don't play for the same team. It's just that simple.
Everyone seems to be in high spirits. Strange. You know who I never thought I'd find myself caring for? Your words, not mine. But not what I mean. I mean, desperate people. Like those refugees. Never gave them much thought. Certainly not that bunch in the grove. Yet we came through for them. We saved their lives. Odd. That's more easily said by some than others. But nobody's here to debate right from wrong. Share a bottle with me? We should wait a little while. Until the others have drifted off.
Oh, so we end up rejecting Asarion and this Shadowheart this little minx here. We're gonna slide into bed with her.
Best not keep me waiting. I'd prefer not to entertain myself.
I bet she does approve. Okay. What about this guy?
Something's on my mind.
Look at them all. Guzzling poison like we've the right to be happy.
There's always one. Oh boy, all I have to do is beat a 5.
Perhaps it'll make the evening more tolerable.
Think of it. No more caves, no more tents, no more running away. We'll be in a city with roads and markets and homes.
Fate spins along as it should.
Dost thou require a new ally? Or mayhaps a resurrection instead?
We can change the class and we can hire people. I think we got a full party. We don't need anything right now. Okay, did we talk to everybody? I think we... We're all done here. Is it time to go entertain Shadowheart? We never talked to this guy over here. What's he want? What you doing, Gil?
Thank you.
Are you gonna hit on me too?
I'm glad you sought me out. Amidst all this merriment, I wasn't sure we'd have a chance to speak this evening. I was hoping you'd spare me a moment. There was something rather magical I wished to show you. More's the pity you've already found someone else to make merry with. Just the two of you. There's something unspeakable about Shadowheart. But I mean that in a good way. She seems to me like a bud on the cusp of bursting into a rose. That, or deadly nightshade. Far be it from me, of course, to question your tastes.
Did beg you for a star loser.
Am I? Perhaps I am. Perhaps I need another glass of wine. As they say in Waterdeep, in wine there is truth. That's usually followed by, in water there is good sense. Good sense? You'll have to wait till the morrow.
Okay, I think we're done. Is this how we this is how we're supposed to end the camp?
Don't forget our little agreement. As soon as
That's what
things
I'm
quiet
that's what
down
I'm doing
here-
over here. Are things calm? Did we do everything?
Frightful and fierce. That's more like it. How many goblins did we kill?
Hope you're enjoying the night, hero.
I think we got everybody.
Always work for a guard.
I guess we just go here.
If the owner has any sense, they'll hire you on the spot.
Buzz of celebration quiets to a soothing hum as you approach your bunk.
Though you seek repose, you needn't spend the night alone.
There is one who yearns for you in the dark. Who will you seek?
Don't click the wrong one. Don't click the wrong one. Okay.
Your heart skips a beat. What treasures might this night bestow?
We did it.
You made it. Come here. Sit
This is only going to complicate things between us. Got like a whole romance thing.
Someone's enthusiastic. Maybe I should have brought a barrel. I was hoping for a toast. Any suggestions?
To victory.
Dominant, self-centered, savoring another's loss. I like it. To victory. Now tell me something about yourself. And no tadpoles, dragons, marauding goblins, or anything like that. Something about you.
Can I get her to bonus? Okay. Here, let's add Lucky to that. There we go.
Don't laugh, but I'm not quite sure I have anything to share. When you worship Shard, secrecy is everything. We'll sacrifice our own memories when ordered to. A lot
And
of
you
the
did.
little things, they're lost to me right now. I did. And you remembered. You're sweet.
Aww.
There's still plenty of wine, and the whole night is ahead of us.
Yay.
Nearly light. The others will be awake soon. I suppose so. Celebration's over. Time to pick up the trail again.
No more pillow talk.
Thank you for last night. It was just what I needed.
She trails off. You read an invitation in her eyes.
I got it. I succeeded in an insight check. Yeah. Are we gonna touch the top of the mountain? Oh. Are they
That
smooching?
didn't hurt, did it? Good to know. For the future. Let's head back. If we must.
I trust you enjoyed your evening.
Oh, he's all
After
clean
your
now.
efforts, it was well deserved. It may be some time before you're afforded another such night. There is much to be done. Moonrise Towers beckons. I've told you all I know, and now I'll join your camp to help you face whatever's to come. With luck and the Oak Father's blessings, we might actually survive. Are you ready? Onward then. We'll speak soon, I'm sure.
Okay, can we put him in the party now?
Oak Father's blessings to you. I studied one up close. Closer than most would care to be to those things. A drow attacked me and I defended myself. Afterwards, I was able to examine the tadpole that emerged. Hideous, but fascinating. Like nothing else in nature, I'm glad to say. Hopefully, I've chosen a successor as first druid, Francesca of the High Forest. I sent a bird to summon her. Precisely. Who indeed? You do not know, and neither do any of the others. The Grove needs to move beyond the mistakes of the past. What it needs is an unknown quantity. An outsider who can enforce the Oak Father's teachings without bias. This is why I chose Francesca. She will restore simplicity and purity to the Grove in my app. Contrary to how some think of us, we druids can play politics when necessary. It's had the whole region around Moonrise Towers in a chokehold of darkness and despair for years now. Those who remained are shadow-cursed. If you don't die at their hands, then you become one of them. We have to get to Moonrise, but the less time we spend in its blighted surrounds, the better. Precious little, but I'm quite certain it can still be found. Aradin was convinced there was a hidden entrance in the Temple of Selûne. I'd start there. Those illithid creatures threaten the natural order. There's also the Shadow Curse. It's an affront, and I helped overthrow Ketheric Thorm and his Dark Justiciars years ago. But I failed to prevent him from unleashing darkness across the region before he was defeated. If I can join you and get close to Moonrise, perhaps I can lift this curse, just as you find a cure for your infection. Perhaps. But we'll need to get closer before I can put my theory into practice. Put it from your mind for now. Once we near the curse, then there will be more to be said. Precisely. Then perhaps I could have done something about both the Shadow Curse and Ceremorphosis aberration. But in my eagerness, I put far too much faith in the abilities of Aradin and his band. We didn't even get close. Well, there's hardly anyone left to share the responsibility with. Few who witnessed the fall of Moonrise still draw breath. What Ketheric Thorm unleashed is not something that nature can undo by itself. I must do what I can. I studied the Shadow Curse for years, but to truly understand it and stop it, I must reach its source. Miss it? Oh dear, no. It's a terrible burden. Takes you away from nature and forces you to deal with others' problems and personalities. Be wary of anyone who actually wants such a role, I say. Likely they don't understand it, or they have ill intent. I'm just glad to be out here amidst the Oak Farm
Well said.
creations.
Well, this guy's cool.
Wonderfully. If I'm honest, the Grove was too comfortable for my taste. I'll miss my books. That I can find all the wisdom they contain out here, firsthand. I'm sure something will come to me, given time.
Hey, thanks a lot for hanging out, Noob Fever. It's been great with you here. I'm glad we made some progress. We'll make on towards both of the projects. I'll be live streaming all day tomorrow. Got to live stream some of the job hunt and stuff like that. Maybe I'll just mute the microphone or something while I talk to recruiters or whatever. But I'm gonna start the live stream again, and we'll keep it going. We'll keep working on projects and keep moving everything forward. So yeah, and it's really good. I really appreciate you folks coming in and hanging out. Like it'll be good to hang out tomorrow. It actually just kind of helps me focus because I'm live streaming what I've got to do. It's like, okay, right now I got to talk to a recruiter. I'll mute this and we'll put on something in the background. And then in between that, we can spend more time on all the various different projects that I'm working on. So thanks for coming and hanging out, and get some rest. We'll see you tomorrow. I think we're done. Okay, now how... Party tab. Now how can I change Astarion? How do I choose? Like, is the druid a playable character? I don't know. Okay, well, let's go this way.
Let's try this way.
Never a dull moment. Moving in.
Emerald Grove. Druid's Chambers. Enclave Library.
That vessel contains a parasite. You should take it.
Where?
More for me.
Okay. Notes on draw parasite. Hastily written note. Hassan's journal. Okay, we'll read that. Rid of the bear. Stone tablets. Oral histories of favorite Geth and Mindslayers. On Death and Resurrection, Magic the Weave and Introduction. Fringe Philosophy. Actually, I'm curious to see what's in a Fringe Philosophy book in this game. Let's take it. Let's read it. Okay, and these two again. So, Death and Resurrection. Fringe philosophy. What's in a fringe philosophy book? Publisher's note claims this volume promotes magical theory too radical for the mainstream. This excerpt is attributed to the High Artificer Thurmabren of Baldur's Gate. I suppose they seek to silence me, believing that an artificer of the High House would not stoop to publish in any volume outside of the great Gordian journals they so diligently guard. But they forget that I am not so grand. Before I lent my name and my knowledge to the High House of Wonders and all the marvels therein, I was not but a lazy farm girl who worked to look up. And that was how I first saw them, the slow and serene earth motes, entire mountains migrating through the sky above. It was later I learned of their origins, of the ancient Netherese empire that fashioned them, of the residual magic so potent it sustained them still. The wizards of Netheril carved marvels out of the mundane, lifted the earth aloft for industry, for sport. It was later still, after I earned my place at the High House, that I learned of the long shadow Netheril cast along the evolution of our craft. That their great flying cities fell in folly and flames does not diminish the wonders they wrought. And this stubborn aversion to studying them, to learning what they learned, is the very antithesis of Gon's teachings. Yes, many of the catastrophes inflicted upon the centuries were fruit born of their meddling Nasir's seed. Yes, their last shining bastion fell into shadow, their lore twisted to Shar's dark and destructive designs. And yes, I say again, whether the High House will sanction or no, to study the very flame of creation is worth it, even should the fires consume us. Okay. French philosophy, death and resurrection. Okay. There's a rancid note. Now there's a hastily scrawled note. Where is that? Hastily written note right here. Let's read this one. Trust you with the circlet to open the library where it always, if you need to enter the vault, talk to Wrath. He has the rune, but won't give it to anyone, so be sure you have a good reason to ask. Protect my research while I'm gone. And take care of the animals. Don't give fish to tough it. She's getting lazy. Halson. Okay, so we need to talk to Wrath, who has a rune to get in somewhere. Alright. Those are poison clouds. Okay. We're in the eagle empty socket. Oh, so there's like one around here somewhere. Where's the thing that goes in it?
Flaggets will be done.
Well, hello.
I'm ready. My faith will guide me.
Oh, I don't think I'm gonna find that.
Onward.
Unless there's like a stone tablet laying around here somewhere. So that's 2 books. Missives of Candlekeep. That's not it. I think you can burn away poison clouds, so let's try that.
What's next, I wonder?
No. You can't do it that way. What's can we get over there? Stone door? Okay.
Onward then.
Watch how you go. There's a trap.
Keep your distance, darling.
Oh wow, it's a class difficulty 30. Holy crap. So we gotta roll a 20. 4, 7, 8, 9. We have to roll a 20. Cause it's a class difficulty of 30. So we have to roll like the best roll ever. Oh shit, we're not doing it. No, we only got a 14. No, try it again. We're gonna use inspiration. Do it. Come on. 15? Is that enough? No. Close, but not enough. Okay, well let's forget that. What's back here? Oh, is this to the Underdark? Underground passage. Whoa, what just happened? Oh, can you just teleport from here? Okay. Because I clicked here and it teleported me. Okay, I gotcha. Okay. Alright, well, let's see what we gotta do. Travel through the Underdark. I guess we could just go. Rescue the Druids from House Complete. Okay, we completed that. Do we want to go see the old hag lady? We've reached the temple that is rumored to contain the night song. We should search for it. What? Where is that? Search the temple. Get help from what's her name? That's the guy's pack. That's the blighted village. Goblin camps up there. Travel through the Underdark. What's this? Hunt down Calic. And then here's the grove. Well, I guess. Emerald Grove. Okay. We're just gonna have to go up through here. Maybe we can go this way and hunt this guy down.
Seem very fresh.
Can't give up now.
Straight from the neck is preferred, but goblets are used in mortal company.
Yeah, let's try that. Keep going. Go forward. Okay, so there's no way to get up here. Yeah, there's no way to get up there. Okay. I guess we could see what's here.
Here goes nothing.
Secluded chamber. evasion plans.
If this map is accurate, we are in Eltergard. Baldur's Gate is some ways still.
Gnolls and goblins marked on the map. Travel won't be easy.
Here, let's have you unlock it.
Simple.
Oh, we can beat that. Just barely, but we beat it. Cobalt die. Battle worn blade, okay.
Certainly. Go.
Okay.
How about this?
How do you maintain
So I guess we still keep going north.
is impressive?
Now that you mention it, I can't remember who told
Here we go.
another memory loss.
Is it this way?
Maybe, if you keep a
That's a
respectable
makeshift
distance.
prison, so this is not the way. Okay, so this isn't the way. I feel like we were in the right spot, and then I chickened out. It's gotta be in like the grove part. Yeah, I think it's in here.
What to do? How much farther can I go?
Yeah, here we go. And it's all the way back here. Yep.
Let's see what this does.
All right, here we go.
Speak.
Oops, I didn't mean to talk to her. She's very abrasive. We don't want to talk to her.
I've got a long road ahead.
Okay, there's a rune of the bear right there. Alright, well we saved, so I guess we can jump down. Oh no, Fendel. Key of the Ancients. Okay, so this is the circlet that we read about. So I just need to equip it. Let's give it to Shadowheart. And let's have her equip it. Okay, cool. Now that's on. Alright, so what's all this?
I don't think that statue's eyes are glowing to provide illumination. Best be careful.
Okay. A guardian statue. Oh. What have we gotten ourselves into? Okay, so there's a thing right there. So there's 3. Did that turn it off? What's up here? That's just a door. Whoa, 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 oh shit. Run. Run away. Okay,
Well, that ends not as bad as it could have.
where is the mage hand? Oh.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Oh, interesting. Can you just hit it once? No. Can you be the best boy? Nope, he can't use it. We tried. Okay, so we dismissed him. Alright, well we turned off that one. What else can we do here? Okay, so we can jump up here.
One day I'll catch a break.
Okay, we can turn this off.
On everything.
Okay, good. We turned it off.
Be wary. This place is trapped.
Okay, good.
With pleasure.
No, we don't. Well, I guess it's free. Yep. Oh, I don't think that's gonna do it. Oh, just barely. Nice. Okay, nature snare, versatile, fly trap. Chance to ensnare target, if not a plant or a beast. It's a bludgeoning quarterstaff. Okay.
Watch the shadows. I'll just help myself.
Okay. Oh, I know what we can do. Let's use this talk to dead spell guy. Not proficient with equipped boots. Oh, so we need to take those boots off. Wait, rare. This is medium armor too. And that's a medium armor, so he's got to take those off. He's got to lose those. Let's give that to Nax.
Let's move.
Okay, where is that necklace? I got a necklace that lets me do this stuff. Is he wearing it? Yeah, he's the one wearing it right there. So we can sell that, and instead of this one, alright, speak with the dead. Alright, let's talk to this guy. Find out what happened to him. Just common everyday necromancy.
Regards you lifelessly.
Findle, druid, herbalist. Hiding, goblins followed from the forest. We druids, concealed entrance to our grove. Searching for a weapon. No weapon here. Our ritual protects us. Rite of thorns seals the grove.
The spell's power wanes. You can ask no more questions.
Okay. Alright, well we turned the light off here. Let's go over this way and see what we can see. So there's a stone door.
Alright.
There's no time to waste.
That's curious.
Oh, okay, so we're out. Okay.
I must keep going.
Wait, what? What's that?
Let's get going.
Okay, I guess we don't want to attack that. Those things explode or something?
These boots have seen everything.
We're up on the roof now. Okay. Well, let's go back.
Good idea, I think. Is that blood? No, never mind.
Let's have Shadowheart heal herself. Okay, that's good.
No time for Danny.
Okay, I feel like... How are we gonna do that? There's a guy down there too. Mirror image. Alright, well, let's go this way because we disarmed this one. Maybe it'll have something for us. We can go this way now. Okay. What can you see out this stone door?
These tracks. Goblins?
I'll grab that.
Okay, so we're back out to the thing. Huh. It's like we need to go over. Is there even a way to get up there? Maybe this way? Or through this way? Blade of Frontiers. Travel through the mountain pass. Reach the mountain pass. Travel through the Underdark. Maybe we can do that. Let's go to the Goblin Camp. Okay. Travel through the Underdark. Unlock the secret entrance. Okay. I think this is the...
No one stopped me yet. At the ready. Seems simple enough. Bet that'll fit in my pack.
Oh shit. Okay, commence battle. Here we go.
Keep them guessing.
Need to stay focused.
There we go. Oh, and it can just swing right away. That seems good.
Focus.
Come on, can't stay idle.
Did we get him? Damn, he's got 1 health left. Shit.
Victory awaits.
Come on, 50% chance. Critical miss. I'm so done with you. Oh my gosh, she's taking damage. Hit him again. There we go. Let's actually have you heal yourself.
Take your
And we can only have that one there, so we'll leave it.
Worth the cost.
Let's do this. 1, 2, 3. Got it.
I will ascend. You bow or you break.
Oh my gosh, I targeted the wrong thing. Oh, that's terrible. Oh, it can fly. Let's have it fly up there. Provoke stack of opportunity. Okay. There we go. It can go up there. It goes up the ladder. That's great. Okay.
Yes, here.
Get up there. There we go.
Can't give up. Not now.
Let's hit him with some fire. Saved against it. Wow.
Take two.
I won't give in.
That didn't hit him? Oh my gosh.
Don't waste a step.
I am fury. I am death.
Okay, well at least she's up there to miss. Got him. Okay, let's have you go right there.
Ready.
In turn. Let's try Sacred Flame again. Only 1 damage. That seems fun.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Oh, he can just wait there.
Time to strike. Taste my fury.
And she misses again. And missed again. He's not doing good on these rules here. That hit him? I guess not.
Need to act fast.
Here, come up here, and that way you can see him. Hit him with that Sacred Flame. 6 damage is good.
Another fight. Let's go. On my way.
Time to strike.
Oh, we don't want to do piercing. Goading attack. Well done.
Assume nothing. Without delay.
Dragon egg mushroom.
What lies within?
Well, we killed everything again. Unlock the secret entrance. Yeah, it's over here to the left. Okay, so we're gonna go through here, are we? Yep. And that gets us over here. And then here is the priestess's quarters entrance. Defiled temple. Okay, what we got? A true soul good.
Don't touch me.
I don't know if we want to use that on him or not. I don't know what we get. Oh, that's right. This is where that person teleported in and killed everybody. Unlock the entrance to the Underdark is that way. So there's a space, like, would we just go this way? What's all this way?
Stay low. That might be worth a look.
What's that?
That thing is small, and I am not.
Oh. So somebody who can transform could go in there. We're sneaking. Okay, I guess we don't need to sneak anymore.
Circles and the Celestial. It's the seal from that journal.
I bet we can work out how to open it.
What now? Oh. Well, how do you know? Oh man.
Moving.
Granite bench. Everybody failed their perception check. Okay. Oh man. So, journal. Room in the old temple of Saloon contains a secret entrance, though we can reach it in Midrise Tower. Okay. What journal, though?
Alright, what now?
Journal. Hassan's journal, this one. Ambushed by a pack of goblins. Drell's death, parasitic creature emerged. Okay, that's not. Notes on Drell parasite. This one. Thus the interlocking circles will bring the full moons to match the stars, while casting darkness where it belongs at the bottom. The chasm to the underdark will stay stilled. Thus the interlocking circles will bring the full moons to match the stars, while casting darkness where it belongs at the bottom. Okay, so the darkness needs to be at the bottom. Okay, so all the darkness needs to be in the middle, I guess. Or let's see, now if I move this, it moves that thing over. So what's the bottom? I confess the design is not foolproof to outsiders, but I sacrifice complexity for material resilience. I've always wondered why it took me from the walls of 100 service temple. This was the reason. While the casting darkness where it belongs at the bottom. Whoa. Is it this one? I'm gonna look this up. I'm not gonna waste time. In Baldur's Gate 3, there is a puzzle to reach the Underdark passage. I read the book. I read the clue. But I don't understand it. How do I know what the bottom is to put the blank spaces of the puzzle? Now it's going to be amazing if it can actually figure this out. Requires aligning the moon phases correctly to unlock the path through the Underdark. North disk top. Bottom, this is the bottom mentioned in the clue. Each disc has 12 positions of mix of white moons and black new moons dots. Your goal is to rotate the disc so all the black dots are on the southern disc. Okay.
Restricted area.
We'll have to go in to see the bottom.
Oh, okay. So that's the one at the top is right up there. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so then that means we turn this one. Okay, and turn that one. Okay, now turn this one. Okay, now turn that one. Okay, now turn this one. And this one. There we go.
This goes very far down. We'll have to go in to see the bottom. But
To the Underdark.
Spent so long poking about down here. I'd much rather be outside with the sun on my skin.
You've only just come to tolerate sun and you're already nostalgic. If you're going to complain the whole way, by all means, return top right. You could choose the color.
How delicious. Should be easy.
Oh, it needs a 20. Well, he's got a ton of bonus rolls. Oh my god. Let's try that again.
What's that?
Wow. Missed it by 1. There we go.
Careful, Lae'zel. It's dark around here. Would be
Nailed it.
a terrible shame to lose you forever.
Yes. Do keep your wits shadow hard. Should a dagger suddenly slice your
Helmet
neck,
of Smithing.
we may never know who's to blame.
Bolster and Smite. When you apply the condition on one of your Smite spells, you gain temporary hit points equal to the Charisma modifier. Okay. I don't know if we have a Paladin on us, but whatever.
All right. A quick rummage.
Just a great sword laying around. We'll take that. Oh, good. Waypoint discovered. Faded logbook. What, you can't hit that lever? Oh. Oh, good. It's attacking us, but it doesn't matter. Oh, that's not good. Miss. Got him. And we got XP off of that, so that's good. Seems great. Those things might attack us though, so we'll have to be careful.
I'll give it a shot.
Fascinating, such a extremely valuable object proving so difficult to track down. Latest gunnery in the court named Garley, who insisted he come as close as possible to the relic as one may go, without forfeiting his life. He indicated that the object is not, as most reports indicate, in the Sylvan fort. It is in fact held in Old Sharon fortress, somewhere in the environs of Moonrise Towers. However, Galley reported that some kind of potent shadow prevents one from approaching where this fortress might be. Okay. Yeah, that looks like the Underdark to me.
Moving ahead.
Oh, let's save real quick right here. Now hopefully we don't get attacked. Oh, we're getting attacked. That's what I thought. Okay, so let's not go down there yet. There's things up here. We already read this, didn't we?
Maybe I need more pockets.
Okay. I guess we need to go over there. We should check in here too.
Here we go. Be wary. This place is trapped.
Got it.
Easy.
Such depth to the shadows. I don't care what others say about the Underdark. It's beautiful down here.
I'm used to a crypt's gloom. This is something else.
Medium armor, radiant shockwave. Okay, I guess that's gonna go to Shadowheart. No, don't talk to her.
Underdark.
Okay, what else?
Can't slow down.
What are we missing? We could, can you shoot it? Okay. Alright, so we got that figured out.
I'll take that.
Not a chance I'll fit in there. No traps, please.
I know what we need to do. We need to give some stuff. Let's give that to Astarion. 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 There we go. That way he can do some more stuff. Staff of the Moon Maiden. Topple, quarterstaff, okay.
The air's thick with spores. They must thrive in the dark.
Oh shit, what's that? Oh no. A Minotaur. Oh, this could be bad. Hey Cashifley. Welcome to the stream. We're probably, there's a Minotaur here that we've got to fight. We were not planning on it. We might be too low level for this. But we're gonna see. She's just gonna go right here and hit him with this. Yeah, that seems good.
Let's end this.
Oh, it probably shouldn't have shot with the 16. Oh my gosh, we got a critical hit with only a 16% chance of success. Oh wow. Oh wow. Let's hit him with Bone Chill. Damn, we missed. Oh no, is there another one coming? Oh no, there's two coming. The vibes are good. We got a lot of stuff done today. We made some progress in Unreal Engine 5, and then we got a bunch of stuff recorded for the Skyrim music video, and we cleaned up that footage a little bit, and now we're just kicking it. We're gonna pick it up again tomorrow. Not enough movement speed. Okay, Shadowheart. Is there some sort of debuff that we can throw on this guy? There.
Let's spill some blood.
Let's hit him with the poison. Damn, he saved against it. That's too bad. Hit him with the offhand. Wow, I missed too. This is not good.
I am fury. I am death.
He missed with the nuke. Goated, got him. Nice 42 damage. That was a good swing. 9 health left. Oh shit, this guy's pissed. Oh no. Good. Hit him for 10 damage. Let's see if we can't take this guy out. Damn, he saved against it. Okay, one down.
What should I do?
Well, so much for peace.
No, it must be humanoid. Let's hit him with the enfeeblement. Got him. Oh no, that really hurt. Oh, he's got to roll all the way around there? Why? Can you jump right there? There we go. There we go. Hit him with some damage. Let's hit him with the necrotic bell. Saved against it, okay.
Will stand in my way.
Once again, the mage has got to do all the damage. Nice, 20 damage. Seems good. She misses all the time, I swear. Okay, I can't believe we lived through that. We're doing pretty good. What's that? Amulet of Unworthy. Grants resistance to slash damage. Grants vulnerability to bludgeoning damage. Oh.
Another step forward.
Should get some rest. I need to keep sharp.
Looks empty.
Okay, you just pick him up. Okay, well, before we run into anything else, let's rest. And, we can take it off of the toggle non-lethal attacks. We can kill the big minotaurs that are trying to kill us. Yeah, man, I'm really enjoying Unreal. It's pretty overwhelming at times. It's like trying to sip from a fire hose, basically. But I've got a plan, and I'm interested to see how it turns out. Like the number one thing that I'll be working on is basically movement. We want to make sure the movement is good. and there's a lot of tooling and AI stuff available that helps with all of that.
That'll take the edge off.
There we go. And we're going to be getting into it. There's like an old way of doing animations, and it can get really cumbersome, and it doesn't scale well, especially when it comes to like complex movement. So there's like this new AI feature that takes out like 80% of the work you got to do for complex animations, and we're learning how to use that. It's called motion matching, and we're gonna make a movement system using motion matching.
More are coming.
Hush. Do you hear it?
They're coming. They're coming.
Control your thoughts. It seems I'm not the only one listening.
They're coming. You're coming.
Okay. We're gonna explore the Underdark.
Something good here, I hope.
The dangerous Underdark.
Always room for more?
What's this? Is that like a sword? Free sword?
Let's get on with it.
Here, Shadowheart, this looks like something you would know.
Slender drow blade impales the stone before you, keeping a silent vigil.
Yeah, casually. I really cannot wait to get the movement system together that I want, because I think it excites me to work on it, because I know once I get enough of it done and people will see that type of gameplay and they'll be like, oh crap, yes, that. But it's a buttload of work to do to get it to where I need to be. But it's an interesting project.
Can only be honored with blood.
Okay, something tells me.
The drow script inscribed on the blade flickers and glows. It rises from the stone, hanging in the air in silent offering.
Yeah, Shadowheart, take the blade. Okay, 3 to 12. Melody, class action. Okay, it looks like it's a bard weapon, I guess. I don't know. I am excited to be using and learning Unreal Engine 5, because I feel like I can I have the ability to build the type of game and the gameplay that I actually want, and I'm very, very excited for that, because I know once I show people a demo of it, they'll be like, holy crap. But it's all about giving the player a bunch of options too. It's like a very, very complex movement system for starters, and then complex interactive combat. But like I think getting the movement done first and the animation for that's a big enough project in itself. But once it's done, like here, I'll show you real quick. Project Veil Walker. Here it is. So we just learned about the movement. I forget what it's at the bottom here. Oh, it's these nodes here. What's it called? Motion matching. Okay, so we're going to use motion matching, and I've already got the tutorial picked out that I want to use. But here's what I want for just the non-magical movement, right? Should be able to move around with WADs, right? And then you should be able to jump. Should be able to sprint. Should be able to do a huge leap forward after you sprint a particular distance, but only forward. You can't do it to the side, so you got to run and to take your jump. There's a side leap where you kind of leap to the side. There's a quick step where it barely takes any stamina and you just kind of step out of the way. Then there's a roll, which takes a lot of the stamina, and then crouch and stealth toggle, stealth roll, and then camera switching between third and first person, and then a stamina system to keep people from just abusing the F out of things. So you have to worry about the economy of your stamina bar. So, and that's the non-magical movement and stuff. And it looks like there's even, let's see, where is it? Yeah, game animation sample. This thing right here. What really blows my mind is that I already have I can already, put all this stuff together in a game and license it. It just amazes me that all of this work is already done for me. And I'm basically in the process of learning how this kind of stuff works so I can put it together in a game. And then I've already kind of projectized out the game that I want, but it'll be something I'm working on for years, basically. But this blows my mind that we've got, I can just put all this into a game already. Yeah, see, this is great. And then there's learning how to import stuff, and then I really can't wait to figure out how to take this and put it in my game and then add more stuff to it. That's basically what I'm doing. So I mean, yeah, and this is using a new technology called motion matching. So you don't have to build an animation loop using a state machine. And the problem with those is that if you try to do a lot with them, they get to be a big, huge pain in the ass. They don't scale well. But using this technology, you basically give it a big database of a bunch of different motion capture stuff, and it kind of selects which one to move to next based off of a bunch of AI association stuff. And then there's ways to fine tune it if they're not selecting the type of animation that you want. So I just spend the rest of it. I can't wait to figure out how to do this. I think the type of combat and the type of gameplay that I want to get, it's just something I've craved over the last 20 years, and nobody's ever made the game. So I'm gonna have to make it myself, I guess. But it's you can hold space, and then space goes over that, and then you just kind of move up space, and then if you hold space, you go, well, there we go, like that. You flip over it, and there's a lot more of this stuff that I want to be able to take all this, put it in the game, and then add to it. So because there's all of the crouch and the rolls and all that stuff. There's not a crouch button here, I don't think. Toggle walk. Toggle. Yep. Yeah, and the other thing is too, you can get this whole sample library yourself. Go to Fab and look for a game animation sample. Like it's right there. Fab.com. Game animation sample. Yeah, this one right here. Here, I'll link it you. There we go. So yeah, like I'm just I can't wait to figure out how to use this stuff. I'm really excited. I think, yeah, I mean, I've said it 100 times now, but I just got to get the project far enough along for people to see the vision and then be like, oh my God, yes. Like I've put a decent amount of thought into it. Like here is the this is the overall documentation for the game, and a lot of it it's been broken down into various projects. And then I've got things kind of flow charted out. Like here's this is kind of like a the different phases, because the stuff in later phases require inputs from these systems' outputs. So each one of these is a system that has to be built in the game and then tied in with all of the other systems. And it's just a first or third person RPG world to fantasy world to explore. And I'm just building whatever I think is the coolest fucking thing that should go into a video game. That's what I'm putting in here. And I don't really worry about how much time it's going to take or how much it's going to cost or that stuff. I'm just designing the most badass game ever. And like the class system it borrows heavily from Final Fantasy Tactics. Like you got to get you gotta get a couple levels in Mage and a couple levels in Sorcerer before you can unlock the Wizard tree and that kind of stuff. So but all this stuff is stuff that'll come into play later on once the project gets up and going and all that stuff. The task at hand is to basically get the movement system and then maybe the materials system to show people. Because if I can do the materials system, the object interactive system, and the movement system, then I can make a log cabin in the woods scene, and that'll be a playable proof of concept, and people will be like, oh, I get it. But that's probably a couple of years of work ahead of me, But it's out. But the time and the amount of time that I'm saving using these tools too is just unreal. I guess that's why they call it Unreal Engine. Okay. This is a pretty good place to stop for the night. I will be live streaming all day again tomorrow. There'll be just come and hang out. We'll put on some ambiance in the background. There will be times where I got to make like a couple of personal phone calls or something related to a job search, but I'll just mute it and we'll all hang out and continue to work on these things. We'll be working on the Skyrim music video. We'll be working on Unreal Engine development, and then I'll be doing a little bit of job hunting at the same time. And I hope to see you folks come by and hang out. Planning is impressive. Well, I appreciate that, Casually. So the goal is to try to, because I'm a project manager by trade, or operations manager by trade, so I'm used to like providing reports and talking about the steps that are being taken to get to the goal and that kind of stuff. And I feel like there could be an opportunity for a new type of like game development here, because what you've got is let's see here. I'm trying to put this together in a video essay. And you've got the problem with the games industry and Hollywood right now is that you've got people in the game development industry mind triangle. You got people that are really, really good with money and they have the money mind, and then you have people that are really passionate, and then people that have all the talent and the ability. And the problem is the people with all of the money and the ones that think like all the money the ones that are like being really good with money does not mean you're good at making video games, right? So the people with all the money are making all the decisions, and they're not even consulting the people with the talent or the ability, the passion. And I basically have all of the passion, and I'm spending the time to get the talent and the ability, but I just don't have any money. And then what blows my mind is like we can do things a new way. We don't have to do a Kickstarter where I raise hundreds of thousands of dollars up front, and then 2 or 3 years later we put out a demo reel or something like that. There could be the opportunity for especially with single developers and stuff, you could live stream yourself doing the work, and showing people that progress is being made on it every day. And then you could give reports going like, okay, well, here's the system that we're working on, and here's what we ran into, and here's what we're doing to overcome it, and all that other kind of stuff. And if people would subscribe to that on a monthly basis, then I could actually develop this game, and then depending on how well it was supported would mean like how fast it could go, because then I could contract out people I could give them little portions. I could give them like, I could turn this into like an official project document like this is right here. Where it talks about like the project goals and what needs to be done and the requirements and all that kind of stuff. So I could definitely manage a team. I mean, I've done that for like 8 years now. I've been a project software manager, that kind of stuff. So, I could totally do it. I just don't have the skills in the engine just yet, but I'm getting them. And I think honestly this is all talk, and the organization, I thank you, it does look impressive, but I think until I can get enough of the movement and enough of the game together for people to see, to actually get the idea, until there's enough of that, I just don't think I'll be able to get the type of funding. I mean, I'm going to try. I'm going to release my Skyrim music video, and with the Skyrim music video, I'm going to talk about this stuff, because I'm in the process of, this is like a rough draft of like a video essay, because I didn't do anything. I just ignored the games industry for like 7 or 8 years, and I come back to it and not much has changed, and that's really sad. There hasn't been any innovation. Giving an example, Cyberpunk 2077. Let me just say that again, Cyberpunk 2077. The word cyberpunk, right? The hacking in that game is a number puzzle. It's a number puzzle, not a hard one at that. You just look for the numbers and you select which one's in sequence. So in your big cyberpunk game where there's supposed to be alternate reality and all this other kind of digital world and all this kind of stuff, like a number puzzle. Well, I appreciate that, man. I think, we have, I was thinking about it, like we have unprecedented amount of computing technology, hardware, and programming technology. Where is the next level thing, right? The games industry is just in a rut. A perfect example, the exception that proves the rule is Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Because like I was thinking for a while, like, you got the gameplay in Skyrim where like, you see the item and you click on the ingredient and you click on the recipe and then you click craft and you see the bar go up. Okay, that's fine. It's 2011. That's fine. Okay. But why did it take until 2025 for Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 to release a game where like you actually like mash things with a mortar and pestle and then you time heating it up and that kind of stuff? Why did it take that long? It's because it's so obvious to me that that's what the next step in the gameplay should be. And it takes until Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 to release that type of what is to me obvious gameplay. So yeah. So I'm developing these ideas. I've also got to talk about the media. Like, the media is not doing any. The media is like actively allowing video game companies to do price fixing and collude on price fixing and in plain sight. They're just, you know, it's like imagine any other industry where like Nissan, a CEO from Nissan was like, you know, it's getting more, we should charge more for cars. We're going to try, we don't even know what the car is yet, what style of car. We don't know if it's an SUV. We don't know if it's a Jeep. We don't know if it's a truck, none of that. We just need to charge more for cars, you know? And then all the car magazines pick that up, and then somebody over at Ford, the CEO of Ford, he makes an announcement, yeah, we should raise our prices. You know, do you, like, can you imagine the people that cover the business side of things for like car companies defending this? You know what I mean? It's like you haven't even made the product yet, and you're saying it's going to cost more. Get the hell out of here. So the game's journalism. There's an interesting side to that too. So yeah, this is in rough draft. We'll probably spend some time tomorrow cleaning this up, because we're coming along with the music video. Oh, here I guess I'll give you a quick preview before we get going, because you're hanging out. Hey, I don't want to leave you hanging. So when I say that we got footage for the Skyrim music video, this is what I mean. We can get footage like this. We got this person cooking, and we got some nice shots. That looks damn good, if you ask me. And there's a nice flyby here. I had taken so many shots during the day. I wanted to do some shots at a time different than midday. So all this kind of turned out. And here we got permission to use this song, so I'll play it up to about like right here, so you get the idea. So it's basically like, you know, load Skyrim, record stuff, put it in here, and splice it together. So there's enough here to give you the idea. Obviously, those are all they're like placeholders and stuff. I'm still trying to figure out what needs to go where. But we got all the places marked, and now it's basically just, you know, get the footage and splice it together. We'll have 3 minutes of complete awesomeness. Okay, it says it reminds me of old YouTube videos, but with modern technology. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to bring back. I think that's what I want to be my shtick, is making music videos like this for games. And then obviously like live stream modding it and all those kinds of things. So that's the idea. I'm going to try and release this music video, and then I'm going to release that music video, and it's just going to be 3 minutes long. But then I'm also going to release a video essay that says all this stuff, and then I'm going to basically plug like, hey, this is what my channel's about, you know, come hang in if you support me. Then I can continue and focus on doing these things, you know. So that's the goal. That's the goal. So hopefully the you know, if the music video looks half as awesome as I think it's going to turn out, then, you know, that should get a lot of people coming my way, stopping by the channel to say hi. They might even support me on Patreon. right? So that's the goal. But I gotta put in all the work first. Gotta put in all the work. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna take it easy. I will start live streaming again tomorrow. So I hope to see you around, Cashifi. I will be live streaming tomorrow. We're just getting a lot of stuff done, whether that be for the job search or working on these projects. We're gonna get it done. We're gonna make progress. We're just gonna make a little bit of progress each day. All right, take it easy. See you tomorrow.